person called as Leach and et al. So they brought in the concept, your mixed method should be based on the level of mixing. The level of mixing takes into consideration whether you are partially mixing these two components or you're fully mixing these two components at various steps of your research work, or the time orientation, whether it is going to happen concurrently, convergent, or whether it is going to happen sequentially, one followed by other or simultaneously. So that's the second thought that should be taken into consideration. And finally, what is the emphasis that is given to the approaches? So it can be a dominant approach or an equal approach. So these are the three concepts the next person called as Leach brought in his classification. Today, you have the person called as Creswell, who brought in a higher end for this classification, considering four important factors. One is the timing, whether it is concurrent or sequential. Then comes which is given priority, the weightage that is given for the qualitative or the quantitative method, equal weightage, or one becomes dominant over the other. Then you have the interface. Where does the mixing take place? Whether it is at the data collection period, or whether it is a data analysis or in the period of reporting. Where does the mixing take place? And then the importance given to the theory, whether the theoretical perspectives, whether it is implicit or whether it is visually available or seen, or just it is implicit or explicit, is being considered. Based on Creswell's thing, the different types of data, what you gather from the methods of research, both the qualitative and the quantitative, are either connected, merged, or embedded. So when you try to connect, you try to put in sequentially one phase of research after the other. So you will find that phase one, you have a data analysis completed. Based on the data analysis completion, you go into the second phase of data collection. So probably you have a qualitative phase done. Based on the qualitative data, you go in for the quantitative data collection. So this is what you call it as connecting one after the other. Sometimes it is merging. You do both the things simultaneously. You gather the data, quantitative data and the qualitative data are simultaneously gathered. Then you try to mix both the data so that you get an understanding better in your discussion part. So this is how you merge the data. The third one is where you call it as embedding, which may be either sequential or concurrent, whatever it is. But you always put either of this, either in the discussion or in the reporting of the results after the analysis. So these are the three ways you connect the data which you have gathered through your research. Most important, connecting, merging, or embedding. Now, based on Creswell's method, there are different designs that we use. So I've already told you how you should give importance to the priority, how you should give importance to the flow, sequentiality, whether it is happening concurrent or sequential. Based on all these things, there are different designs that can crop up with your mix method. And the first design you can see is convergent parallel. We're going to discuss each one in detail. Next one is explanatory sequential, or the third one is exploratory sequential. There's another design called as embedded design. And the new forums that are coming in is transformative design, or the last one is a multiphase design. So let's go each one, how the variations are there with each of this design. Okay. Now moving on to convergent parallel design. What is this convergent parallel design? As you understand with the term itself, convergent means it's going to be equal in status, is it not? Both the qualitative and the quantitative is going to occur at the same time. So that is with the convergent, and equal priority is given for both these concepts. And you're going to do data collection. You know, the studies, what you're going to do, data collection is going to occur very simultaneously. And where did the mixing take place has to be considered also. So this convergent parallel design gives more of emphasis to your validity of the data that you have collected. So it gives a truthfulness, whether you are collecting data either through quantitative or qualitative, the data is almost going to be very, very similar. So that validity gets established with your convergent parallel design. So this is the flowchart or the procedure which you are supposed to take up with your convergent parallel. First, you collect the quantitative, followed by that simultaneously you collect the qualitative data also at the same time. It can be in a single phase or at the same time you can do it. Then you prioritize the methods. Either you can, mostly it is equally, it is getting prioritized, qual plus quan is given, and then data analysis is taken independently. The quantitative data is analyzed and the qualitative data is getting analyzed. Then you try to identify whether there is any contradiction between the two data sets what you have, or how much is the divergence or the convergence you find out in this two data sets has to be analyzed. So based on that, you project the data either side by side. The comparison is given. What is the data you've got with qualitative? What is the data answers you've got with the quantitative? Or you can make a joint display also. Both together you can present in your discussion part. Or you can also present one followed by the other. Present the qualitative data first and the quantitative, or vice versa also you can do. And then you explain how there is, with your description or the interpretation you have given, try to bring about the discussion aspects. Now, this is an example where you can see that how structured questionnaires are being used for formal caregivers. Formal caregivers who are taking care, the burden of the caregivers is very, very high, and it definitely affects their quality of work. So here you can see structured questionnaires has been first utilized in order to assess the burden of care which the caregivers do face. After that, once it has been done, simultaneously, they also collect one set of people they call and try to do an in-depth interview, and they ask open-ended questions. So further to the collection of data using a questionnaire, which becomes a quantitative, the next step was a qualitative, where they try to collect in-depth interviews and the questions asked related to the caregiver's burden. So how much of depth you are going inside to collect the data. So this is one study which tells you. Now, the challenges in case, or probably you will be facing when you're taking up this type of study, definitely the most important challenge, we need to have expertise in both the qualitative and the quantitative method. That's very, very important. Otherwise, we'll miss the bus. It becomes, we will try to project what we know the best. So if you're a qualitative researcher, you will try to project the qualitative and you will give very less emphasis for the other one. So this aspect, in order to overcome that, you need to have expertise in both the sets, and you should know where to combine and how to combine the data sets. Again, merging of data sometimes is very difficult. You need to do that in a very nice manner so that you are able to present the results properly. And most important, when you find there is difference of opinion that is coming up with your qualitative and quantitative, there the problem will start. So you will find difficult to express. How are you going to give an interpretation if you find your qualitative data gives a different answer and your quantitative gives a very different answer? So you will have lots of difficulties and it becomes a greatest challenge for you to deal with such type of data. The second type of design which you can use is sequential explanatory design. Now, in sequential explanatory, there are two phases. The first phase is going to be the quantitative phase of data, but it is sequentially time. It goes one after the other. Normally, the quantitative becomes the priority, followed by the quantitative. It is going to be the qualitative component. This is what you call it as sequential explanatory design. In the sequential explanatory design, do you find equal status can be given? Which is given priority is your quantitative component. And you can also find that your quantitative result will help you to go in for the qualitative phase. So it will also help you in selection of samples, because you can find in an example where you find that some of the participants who had lots of challenges in completing your questionnaire. So people who have highest scores in your quantitative study, or people who have lowest score in your quantitative data that you have collected, they become your samples for the next phase, your qualitative component. So you go and carry out a study among those participants who gave the highest answers or the lowest answers. The reason why is that the variations are there. Why is it the two vast extreme ends are possible has to be analyzed. So the procedure first is to collect your quantitative data. Then you give an additional explanation with your qualitative data. You select the qualitative sample. Probably it is mostly representative of the qualitative. You can take members who have already participated in your quantitative data. From that itself, you can choose members for the next aspect of your qualitative data collection, and then you try to interpret the study. Now, this is an example of how they've used sequential explanatory study using a typical concept of stressful environment and psychological distress among pregnant women who were living in Africa. Here you can find first 38 women have completed a structured questionnaire, and they had told about in this questionnaire about their difficulties they had with the neighborhood, the racial discrimination, the depression, what they felt, and their emotional well-being. So these were all structured questionnaire. After that, you can see about 5 weeks later, a long duration of gap is there. And after that, they went in for in-depth interviews, and the numbers they have chosen is lesser. So out of that 38, they've reduced the number to 7, and this becomes your qualitative phase. In this qualitative phase, they have identified that lot of in-depth information has been given in the second phase of qualitative. So this is the explanatory sequential. The third methodology, this is also an interesting study. I thought I should tell you. This is related to the PhD, which goes on, especially PhD students when they try to do a part-time PhD or PhD using a distance education, you find many of the students drop out. A lot of dropout, or there is the duration of time extends further if you have a PhD that is done in a distance mode. Unlike full-time scholars who sit and complete the research work, and normally the publication is out at the end of the third year, at least 2 or 3 mandatory requirement for their preparation. So here you find what are those factors that actually, helps a student to move forward with the PhD if he is going to take up in a distance mode. So this was a study which was done by Creswell again. So they first identified data with the long cross-sectional data has been collected using studies from 278 participants they have identified. And you can see that 4 categories of students were there. The students who were there in the beginning of the program, the students who were there in the middle of the program, and the students who completed their PhD, and finally students who dropped out from PhD. So all the groups, they have collected the data. Then they started to gather the data, they analyzed the data, and then from those 4 sets of people, the 4 groups of people, they identify 4 different categories of people, and then they went in for the next phase of qualitative data collection. Why is that? What are the reasons why you dropped out of the PhD study? It was an in-depth research study which was done, which gave a lot of answers to the questions. Challenges, again, it's time consuming. You have to go back to your participants once again and talk to them in depth, and you need to get permission. Again, sometimes the participants may move out of that particular study also. So it becomes time consuming, and a lot of decisions you have to be very, very careful in taking in the mixing components with your study. The third component of design is sequential exploratory. When it comes to exploratory, exploratory is always connected to qualitative components. So here you will find that the qualitative component comes first, followed by the quantitative component. So here it can be either 2-phase design or a 3-phase design. 2-phase design is usually there when a qualitative study follows a quantitative. Sometimes it can be a 3-phase where you find, especially when an instrument has to be developed. So normally, in case of sequential exploratory, most of the time, you will find instruments getting developed, new valid instruments coming out through this type of studies. So you try to build in new types of research instruments comes up. So the purpose is you are trying to use your qualitative data in future to establish quantitative methodology so as to generalize the study results. So this is what is the purpose of this type of design, and you develop an instrument which is very well being utilized for the extensive community work tomorrow. Again, you can see that you are able to explore one particular phenomena in depth and try to bring out the measurable quantification is possible for that phenomena. So this is a great study, and a lot of research work goes on with this. I can find many of the PhD scholars today taking great attempts in order to bring out valid tools for research. So this is one way you can do your research tool development and validation. So the procedure is you start with your qualitative study. Most of the time it is a focus group discussion that is being done, or in-depth interviews that is being conducted in order to gather the qualitative data. This qualitative data will give you a prelude of what are all the items that you should include in your quantitative data. And then you go on to a larger number of samples, going on to collect the data using the tool you have identified. So the tool determination is also very, very important. So this is an example where they have tried to explore the dimensions of organizational assimilation, how they are trying to understand how people work in an organization, the environment that is there in an organization. You can see that a lot of data has been collected from members who were there in various sectors of work, especially from banking, hospitality, universities, so many other areas. They brought in a lot of members. They had an interaction, gathered the data. So based on that, 13 interviews were collected, especially related to, organizational recognition, the job competency, their involvement. All this landed up with creation of the second part, where they have formulated a tool and did a survey among large number of groups. So 342 members were included in the second phase in order to get the quantitative data. So this is how the sequential exploratory study moves on. The challenge is, again, everywhere there is always a problem with ethics. You need to convince an ethics committee here, because most of the time you don't know how to move about with the second step, especially if it's a qualitative data, you don't know how to move about. So you need to you will have lots of challenges with ethics approval, and you have to be very, very careful in identifying the scores and make the instruments very valid and reliable. So these are the steps we can follow. If you have an instrument in hand, you have to develop an instrument in hand. You have so many steps to be followed. First, you identified what is the measure for which you want to develop an instrument. Followed by that, you have a lot of tools being correct. I have a second noise coming out from outside. Okay. The rain is just pouring out. You can find that I have to overpower that sound that is coming up now. Okay. You can see that there are a lot of items that comes up with your qualitative study. You also add some socially desirable items, and then you have a ready instrument that is being created. This instrument has to be validated by your experts, followed by evaluating that items, following first by your pilot study and then by your major validative work that you do by your quantitative methodology. You can also revise the instrument based on the content, what has been obtained by your construct validity. Moving on to embedded design. What is this embedded design? Now, embedded design, I told you there are two components in embedded design. Here, the most important work is where data collection is put inside that perspective itself and that methodology itself. Like you will find that the second component, what you are adding, is not much important. It will help you in giving some answers to the research question you have taken. Now, this is an example that we really did. It's quite challenging here. Am I audible for all of you? Is that okay? Fine. Okay. Now, this is a study we really had in our university. One of our PhD scholar, he had created a PAL app. A palliative care app was created, and we used this app to help the patients who had underwent chemotherapy and how to reduce the symptom burden related to chemotherapy. So after this app was created, it was purely a quantitative study. All this work was going on. We established the effectiveness of qualitative, PAL app work that we did. We wanted to know data. We wanted to know how effective was that utilization of the app. So we collected a small bit of data, a second structure, where we got data from all the caregivers. We used that app. So how good that app was. Was there any difficulties that people found in the app? So a lot of measures like that, we went in for a qualitative component. So this is what you call it as an embedded design, where you take a small aspect. It can be subservient in nature. It's not so very important for the entire study, but you feel that with that small additional component you are adding, the data which you are trying to add, which is more qualitative, it adds to the value of your research study. So this is what is your embedded research design. where you have small data, which is qualitative or quantitative, being collected in the big research work of your quantitative or qualitative work. So this is embedded design. The purpose of the embedded design, again, it tries to complete, it tries to supplement your original research work. So if you have done a quantitative work, a small amount of qualitative can supplement the evidence of your quantitative work. It improves your recruitment process. You can gather data from the same participants, or it can be different participants also. You are able to explain what are the reactions which you have got from the main experiment. So this is the framework for your embedded design, where you have originally a qualitative or a quantitative design there, followed by that a small component of data collection, either qualitative or quantitative, is being added to that, and then finally it is getting interpreted. So it can be two ways. Embedded design can go either concurrently or it can go sequentially also. So you can put a qual process between pre-test and post-test that has been interpreted in a quantitative manner. Or you can find that you have an intervention which is, you before starting an intervention, you do a qualitative assessment and then you intervene using your quantitative approach. And finally, again, after the intervention, you have a qualitative data being collected, which gives more emphasis for your research work that you have done. So this is your embedded design. So this is an example for a nested design. The other name for embedded is nested design. This is an example where you can see the fatigue experiences of members and the self-management behaviors of people living with HIV has been collected. Almost about 55 members have completed this survey, out of which 25 members they took up and they did an in-depth interview. It looked very, very similar like the sequential or the concurrent methods that we studied. The only component here is small amount of data collection that you do apart from what is existing in your main study work. Okay. So the advantage of this sort of study, what you do is either you can keep as one phase and phase two, you have like two phases. You can produce separate papers from the reports. What you create, what report you are trying to generate from your research results, it can be presented as two papers also at times. It is not salami slicing. You have two different questions to answer. So you can produce two papers also from this. Challenges, again, the expertise which I told you is very, very important. And you need to have two different set of research questions in your embedded design. Finally, the transformative design. This is a new design that is coming up, which is very, very common along with your other designs which I spoke. The only component of your transformative design is you will give orientation to one. It can be either sequential or concurrent. It does not follow a particular sequence in your transformative. There are a lot of flexibility that is given for a researcher with the transformative design. This is a new type of research frameworks that that innovators are trying to develop, where a little bit of less challenge is provided for the researcher to take up research. So this is your transformative design. So in your transformative design, usually you have a quantitative data which you try to follow up with the qualitative data, and then you try to interpret. So all these things are very, very similar to your previous design, the 4 basic designs which I told you. But again, here the methodology or the sequentiality is not given more of affirmation. It can move on in a more ease manner. That is the transformative design. The challenges, again, the guidance, you need very less, it's just started. Transformative designs are just started by researchers. So you will have to get a lot of guidance, expertise in order to adapt this particular design. Now, the last type of design is what you call it as a multi-phase or a sequential or multi-stage design. I really thought to bring this or not inside the mixed methods, because you see that there is a common big project or a big program objectives you have. Followed by that, you have different phases of study. You have one quantitative phase, then followed by a qualitative phase, then you have another qualitative phase. Like that it goes on. But all the phases tries to answer the different components of the entire research you have taken up. This you can say as a multi-phase or a multi-stage design. So each design has questions to answer, but each are all interconnected with each other. So this is what is your multi-stage or multi-phase design. Now, if you're going to attempt a multi-methods research, this is an important checklist you have to first consider, whether you have the scope for doing the multi-method research. Most important, whether it is important to take up multi-method research. Is it very significant? Is it convincing to take? Or just because you want to do a PhD and you want to enter or interfuse with your mixed method, keep in mind. You have to answer a question of significance. Again, whether you have the skill sets. Because as I told you, you need to have expertise both in quantitative and qualitative. If you don't have, please don't take up this MM. Again, if you feel that your concept of research is going to be more providing insights, it's going to be innovative, and both the mixing is going to provide better results for your research study, then go for it. Again, you need to have an approach clarity, design clarity, and study description should be very, very clear. And the environmental support is also required because it's going to be taking a lot of time. You need to have a lot of data collectors inside. So you need to spend more amount of time and energy on this. So if you have all these things, do take up mixed methods. Again, the final thing related to how to go about, what are the steps you should follow. The first step is first determine whether the mixed methods research is essential or not. Whether it has any significance or not has to be first answered. Followed by that, you give a rationale. You have to give a justification why mixed methods is being adopted for your research. After you find out the rationale, then you try to identify what is the data collection methodology you're going to follow and what is the strategy you're going to collect, what is the design you're going to choose, has to be identified in the third step. The fourth step is where you develop the questions. The questions for quantitative and qualitative. Normally, we start with question and then we go about, is it not? So here it is a little bit different, where you first establish the rationale, identify the methods or the qualitative data collection methods or the quantitative methods you're going to use, and then set research questions. And finally, the fifth step is where you collect the data and then you try to analyze the data either separately or concurrently. And using the data analysis, what you have got, you produce report. So this report can be either in one phase or two phase based upon the importance of the research findings you have got. So this is how you go with your methods of your steps for conducting your methods. So that's a small test for you all. So can you identify what is the design of the first one? So what is the emphasis? Which is given emphasis in the first one? What is the design that is there? Yes? I can't hear anything. Only the rain sound is something that's more audible for me. Yes, what is the first one? What does it say? It's a convergent design and emphasis. Both are equal, right? What about the second one? What type of design is that? It is sequential. And the second part is? It's explanatory or exploratory? It is exploratory because you have the qual component first. So what is the emphasis? Who is given dominancy over here? It's your qualitative because QUAL is in caps. The third one? The third one? What design is that? It's a plus there. So what does plus indicate? Convergent. So convergent, but who's having the dominance here? It is the qualitative. So it is convergent design, but only one is given dominance over the other. The last final one, it is embedded because it's inside the brackets. So that's good. You got all the answers. My objective is achieved. So everything, you need to believe in ourselves. Belief in self is very, very important to take up research. And I hope that this research methodology, your mixed methods will be more informative for you. It's just the beginning. You have 2 days of workshop going on and on with so many experts over here who's going to deliberate a lot of things to happen and you will learn a lot about it. So it is like a kaleidoscope. Each time you move, you see a lot of things happening. So like that, the mixed method is something which gives us more scope and more depth of your research. Happy mixed methods researching. Wish you all the best. Thank you. Any questions to take up? Any questions? Any questions? Nobody has questions? Yes, please. Normally, I have some hearing deficiency, and now it is worse.
Thank you, ma'am, for the wonderful session. Ma'am, I have two queries. First one, like, how will we choose the philosophy? Like, it is pragmatism or constructivism? Is it based on the statement or based on the design? Or how we will differentiate? Pragmatism, is it more of practical that? The second one, if it is convergent type of design or embedded design, in the methodology, do we need to mention phase one, phase two, or it just goes a single? Because convergent parallel, it goes embedded the large group, within that a smaller sample will be used.
First, I'll answer the second part.
Yes, ma'am.
Because I can remember that easily now. Now, convergent, it goes simultaneously. So there is no phase in this convergent design. You are taking up both together and you give the results. Probably the results can be separately given as qualitative and quantitative. Okay. And then you merge the results and you give an interpretation. So in convergent, there is no phase wise you cannot give. Okay. Whereas in embedded, you can make it as phase one, followed by the second small bit what you're taking as phase two. That can be done. Moving to your first part of question, which paradigm or which approach I should use? It all depends upon your research question. The research question, what you choose, should be able to decide your methodology. Very simple. When I have an effectiveness of a PAL app, if I want to check what is the methodology I will choose, I will definitely go for a quantitative approach, right? But then you want to collect data at times. Where very recently I happened to, do a little bit of review work for one of the journals, Journal of Advanced Nursing. There they have identified a cellulogenesis model of giving care to pregnant mothers, giving them ideas how to go about with labor. Because normally we make it as a medical model. They want to make it more of a model which is going to be helpful for labor and birth. We all think that this is a model where we have to use only quantitative approach of data collection. There I saw that the quantitative approach is there only with the experimentation. But the data what they have used for collection is both qualitative. They've used only interview method. So it all depends upon what type of question you have, the feasibility you have in order to conduct the design, the amount of participants you have. Based on that, choose either it is qualitative or quantitative. If you feel that your quantitative does not give the fullness component of your research work, add in a qualitative which will help you to better answer your question. So as a researcher and with the expertise validation you have with other members, you can decide based on your question, what is the methodology you're going to use. Am I answering your question?
Yes,
Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am.
Online delegates, if you have any queries, you can unmute and clarify.
Good morning, ma'am.
Thank you, ma'am, for that wonderful session. It was very comprehensive. Within this limited time, madam has covered the mixed methodology, research, designs, as well as what are the foundations. Those who were not very familiar with, they must have understood. Thank you for that particular session. I think we will conclude this. questions are there? Okay.
Ma'am, we have some queries from online delegates. How the statement of problem in mixed method? Can you please give an example?
What is the question for a mixed method design? Is that the thing?
Statement.
Yeah. Normally you have one question, one or two questions you can set for your research design. This main question should focus on what you're trying to do. For example, I'll give a question like there is a class of biology teachers who all have burden of work. Fine. There is stress and burnout. Even for our nurses, we can take the stress and burnout. So what is the stress and burnout level of nurses working in ICU? That is the question I have. Fine. This is a simple research question. You can approach this question either using your qualitative or your quantitative component. Now, if I want to go to a mixed methods, I'm using that same question. Does stress and burnout levels, the stress and burnout levels of nurses in ICU? That's my question. I'm starting with a quantitative design first, where I use a structured questionnaire in order to identify what is the stress levels and the burnout level of my nurses. Fine. Followed by that, I choose a subset of this sample and then go in depth in order to explore why is that certain nurses working in ICU have higher levels of anxiety and burnout syndrome. So this is second part. So the question, what you have set for the first question, initially when you start off the design, if it is there, you can use it for both the type of methodologies you're going to intervene.
We have one more question, ma'am. What is the difference between sequential explanatory design and transformative design, if they both have first quantitative followed by qualitative phase?
Yeah, both of them look very, very similar. The simple difference is in transformative design, the sequence is not, comfortably following. You can take some leverage with your quantitative, the transformative design. Whereas in sequential exploratory, it's very, very clear. You have to give a gap and then follow the next methodology. A time phase should be there. Phase 1 should be there. Phase 2 should be there. That methodology has to be sequentially followed. That's the difference.
One more, ma'am. Two research questions can be addressed by convergent design by using different samples.
You can use two different samples. That's okay. But the research question should have the same research question you should use for a convergent design. You're using simultaneously, you're trying to collect the data. Your research question is almost the same. You can add additional bit of information to the questions. Like, for example, the same question which I set for burnout and nurses, what factors influence the burnout? I can add further and go for in-depth. You can have additional sets of questions to answer, but your primary question should be there in order to find answers with both the methodologies. You can set any number of additional questions, but primary question should be there using both the methodologies.
In an embedded mixed method design, how can the integration of qualitative and quantitative data be effectively managed to ensure that the qualitative component supports the enhances the interpretation of quantitative findings?
Yeah, embedded design, you don't have to have a primary question which has to, try to answer using your quantitative or qualitative methodology. Embedded, you have the major question. After that, you have a subset of a smaller question which tries to give more evidence for your big study which you have done. So this is what is embedded. Like I told you, the app which we used, it was meant for reducing the burden. That was the major question. But whether the app has been effectively utilized or not is the second question we put for an embedded design. So this is a small thing which helps you to understand the effective usage of that utilization of that app. So for this component, you can add this second additional component of your embedded design. So it is not that in embedded design, the primary question should be there for both components. You are trying to give additional substantiated evidence for your primary question through your embedded data collection that you have added through your second component of design.
Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you.
Thank you for those clarifications, ma'am.
Now I request Chairperson Dr. Agnes EJ to hand over the certificate to the resource person Dr. S.J. Nalini. Thank you, Madam. I request moderator Mr. Girish GR to hand over the certificate to the chairperson Dr. Agnes EJ. Thank you, sir. I request Mrs. Navya, Assistant Professor, Department Community Health Nursing, Yenepoya Nursing College, to hand over the certificate to the moderator, Mr. Girish GR. Thank you, ma'am.
Let's take a break to refresh ourselves. Breakfast is served backside of the stage. All the delegates are requested to take your coupons and proceed towards the refreshment counter and help yourself. I repeat, breakfast is served backside of the stage. All the delegates are requested to take your coupons and proceed towards the refreshment counter. Washrooms are available at the basement on the either side of the stage. To the right, we have female washroom. To the left, we have male washrooms. Let us take a moment to acknowledge and extend our heartfelt gratitude to our generous sponsors. Deepest thanks to Elsevier Publishing Company, TNAI Karnataka State Branch, Yenepoya University Alumni Association, Vision Health Science Publishers, CBS Publishers, JP Brothers Medical Publishers, Yenepoya Central and Pharmacy Store. So this generous support have been instrumental in bringing this event successfully. Thank you all the sponsors. Washrooms are available at the basement on either side of the stage. To the right side, we have female washroom. On the left side, we have male washroom. We would like to remind you to visit the stalls set up by our esteemed sponsors. On the right side of the hall, we have first the CBS publishers, second stall by JP Brothers Medical Publishers, and third stall by Vision Health Science Publishers. Kindly visit.
Dear delegates, the inaugural program will begin shortly.
It is home. It is home. It is home.
Delegates, kindly be seated. We will begin the inauguration session shortly. An investment in knowledge pays the best interest. Benjamin Franklin. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. I, Pavitra.
And I, Renita,
It's a great pleasure to welcome each and every one of you to the prestigious conference on Exploring the Boundless Horizons of Mixed Method Research organized by Yenepoya Nursing College. We are honored to have among us some of the finest minds in this field, including our esteemed keynote speakers. Their expertise and innovative insights promise to enlighten and inspire us throughout the day.
Yenepoya deemed to be university, located at Derlakatte, about 15 kilometers from the port city Mangaluru, Karnataka. The university consists of 10 constituent units under its ambit, offering undergraduate courses up to PhD programs. The institutions ensure high standards of academic performance and are rendering quality healthcare services. The university is accredited with NAC A+ and has been ranked 85 among the top 100 universities in the country as per the NIRF rankings 2023.
Yenepoya Nursing College is a constant unit of Yenepoya deemed to be university. The college has a state-of-art facilities and experienced faculty. The college offers general nursing and midwifery, Basic BSc Nursing, Post-Basic BSc Nursing, MSc Nursing, and PhD in Nursing. The college provides quality education by incorporating innovative teaching learning activities that focus on clinical competence. The college also creates an environment for the generation of new knowledge through research. The college is affiliated to Yenepoya Medical College Hospital, a multi-speciality medical college teaching hospital accredited by NABH, which offers various modalities of treatment facility in both broad specialty and super specialty services. We have with us Honorable Chancellor Dr. Yenepoya Abdullah Kunni, Yenepoya deemed to be University. Our chief guest, Dr. B.L. Sujata Rathod, Director, Medical Education, Government of Karnataka. Guest of honor, Dr. Rajeshwari Devi, former Divisional Joint Director, Health and Family Welfare. Dr. M. Vijay Kumar, Vice Chancellor, Yenepoya deemed to be University. Dr. B.H. Shripati Rao, Pro Vice Chancellor, Yenepoya deemed to be University. Dr. Gangadhara Somayaji, Registrar, Yenepoya deemed to be University. Dr. Leena Casey, Dean, Yenepoya Nursing College. Dr. Teresa Lida Mendonça, Chairperson, Nursing Education and Research, TNAI, Karnataka State Branch, Mangaluru. Dr. Binsha Papachan, Organizing Secretary, Yenepoya Nursing College. I request all the dignitaries to occupy the seat on the dais. Volunteers, kindly escort the dignitaries to the dais.
A day without prayer is a day without blessings, and a life without prayer is a life without power. Here, I call Mr. Munib, second year BSc Nursing student, to invoke the Almighty.
أعوذ بالله من الشيطان الرجيم. بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم. اقرأ باسم ربك الذي خلق. خلق الإنسان من علق. اقرأ وربك الأكرم الذي علم بالقلم. علم الإنسان ما لم يعلم. كلا إن الإنسان ليطغى أن رآه استغنى. إن إلى ربك الرجعى. صدق الله العظيم. In the name of Allah, the most gracious and the most merciful. Surah Al-Alaq, the 96th chapter of the Quran, begins with the command, read, Iqra. The chapter is particularly significant as it contains the first revelation received by the Prophet Muhammad, peace be upon him. It emphasizes the importance of knowledge and learning. Read in the name of your Lord who created. Highlights that learning and reading are the acts of devotion to God. It signifies that knowledge should be pursued with awareness of its divine origin and purpose. The knowledge is a divine gift and means to understand one's existence and purpose. The command to read symbolizes the importance of seeking education and enlightenment. In Islam, seeking knowledge is highly valued and considered a fundamental aspect of the faith. The Quran emphasizes the importance of knowledge with several verses urging believers to learn and reflect. The Prophet Muhammad, peace be upon him, also highlighted the significance of knowledge in his teachings. One of his well-known sayings is that seeking knowledge is an obligation upon every Muslim. This underscores that acquiring knowledge is not just encouraged, but required for all the Muslims. Knowledge in Islam is not limited to religious studies, but encompasses all beneficial learning that can improve individuals and society. The pursuit of knowledge is seen as a way to better understand the world and fulfill one's duties to God and humanity. The pursuit of knowledge is never ending. The day you stop seeking knowledge is the day you stop growing. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Munib. A smile is a universal welcome. Now I call upon Dr. Leena Casey, Dean, Yenepoya Nursing College, to welcome the gathering.
Good morning, everyone. On behalf of my team at Yenepoya Nursing College, I stand here with immense happiness to welcome all of you to this long-awaited conference. We are truly delighted to have such distinguished group of guests, professionals, experts who have gathered today. First and foremost, it's our joy to welcome the Honorable Chancellor of Yenepoya Deemed to be University, Dr. Y. Abdullah Kunyi, who is a true visionary and educationist, to preside over this august gathering. I welcome you, sir. Your presence means a lot to us. I request our VC to please welcome, sir. Thank you, sir. Despite of uncertainties, the presence of our esteemed guest, Dr. B.L. Sujata Rathod, Director of Medical Education, Government of Karnataka, in our midst has doubled our joy. Dr. Sujata Rathod is the Director of Medical Education, who is an eminent ophthalmologist with interest in community eye health, having completed her MSc from Moosefields Eye Hospital, London. During her decorated teaching career, she has served in all cadres, contributing actively in Board of Studies, Academic Council, Senate, and numerous academic and administrative committees. She has exhibited her leadership skills all through her long career by heading premier institutions like Minto Ophthalmic Hospital, Sanjay Gandhi Institute of Trauma and Orthopedics. She has numerous accolades to her credit, notable being Dr. B.C. Roy Award by IMA Karnataka branch and Mahatma Gandhi Sadbhavana Award by the Governor of Karnataka. Madam, it is our honor to have you here. I request our Vice Chancellor to please welcome Dr. Sujata Rathod. Thank you, sir. Our guest of honor today is Dr. Rajeshwari Devi, who is an eminent general surgeon and with specialization in oncosurgery. Madam has an illustrious career in the Department of Health and Family Welfare, Government of Karnataka. She has held leadership positions as district surgeon, divisional joint director, additional director, and director of State Health Institute and Project Director of Karnataka State's AIDS Prevention Society. With a unique blend of medical expertise and administrative acumen and leadership skills, Madam was instrumental in bringing out many quality initiatives. It's our true honor to have you here amongst us today, ma'am. I request our Pro Vice Chancellor to please welcome Dr. Rajeshwari Devi. I fail in my duty if I don't mention Sri U.T. Khadar, Honorable Speaker of Karnataka State Legislative Assembly and MLA of Mangalore constituency to which we belong, who could not make it amongst us today due to his important commitments. He very much wanted to be part of this event and have sent us a short video message. A special welcome to our Pro-Chancellor, Mr. Mohammad Farad Yenepoya. Special welcome to our Vice-Chancellor, Dr. M. Vijay Kumar, an acclaimed oncosurgeon whose unwavering support is very encouraging to us organizers. A pleasant welcome you, sir. I request Mrs. Reema, Organizing Joint Secretary, to please welcome our Vice-Chancellor. Thank you, Reema. We are happy to have the presence of our Pro Vice Chancellor, Dr. V.X. Sripati Rao, an eminent orthodontist and administrator. I welcome you wholeheartedly, sir. I request Professor Shashikumar Javadeki to please welcome, sir. Thank you, Professor Shashikumar. I welcome our registrar, Dr. K.S. Gangadhar Somayachi, the go-to person for all our requirements, who is our pillar of strength. I welcome you, sir. I request Mrs. Janet to please welcome, sir. Thank you, Mrs. Janet. We have amongst us Dr. Teresa L. Mendonça, Vice Principal of Lakshmi Memorial College of Nursing, Mangalore, who represents the Trained Nurses Association of India, Karnataka State Branch, who is our co-organizer for this conference. Welcome you, ma'am. I request Dr. Vinsha to please welcome Dr. Teresa. Thank you, Mrs. Vinsha. I acknowledge and welcome the observer appointed by Karnataka State Nursing Council, Dr. Viresh Kumar N., who is the principal of College of Nursing at KLE deemed to be University, Belgaum. Welcome you, sir. I request Dr. Renita to please hand over flowers to Dr. Viresh Kumar. Thank you, Renita. I acknowledge the encouraging presence of the statutory officers of the university, advisors, Dr. Abdul Rahman, former Vice Chancellor of Kannur and Calicut Universities, Dean of Student Affairs and Academics, Director I2AC, Assistant Registrars, Deans of all constituent colleges, Principals, Vice Principals, Center Heads, Section Heads, Heads of Departments, and Student Welfare Officers. It means a lot to us. I welcome our eminent resource persons, chairpersons, moderators, panelists, judges of paper and poster presentation. Welcome you all. A special welcome to the media persons who gave us wide coverage and the sponsors, big and small, who have contributed in special ways. I fail in my duty if I don't welcome the enthusiastic delegates attending this program online and offline, big in numbers, far and wide. Many of you had to deal with hostile climatic conditions and had to change your plans, so that you require a loud round of applause from all of us. Welcome you all. Last but not the least, I acknowledge the dedicated team of organizers represented by Dr. Binsha Papachan, the organizing secretary, faculty, non-teaching staff, postgraduates, volunteers, all of them have contributed in many ways. I welcome you all once again. I hope and pray that these 2 days of much awaited, anticipated deliberations will yield fruitful learning, interactions, and collaborations. Hearty welcome to each one of you. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. We welcome you too. When you light a lamp for someone else, it also brightens your path. Now I request all the dignitaries to come forward to light the lamp.
असतो मा सद्गमय तमसो मा ज्योतिर्गमय मृत्योर्मा असतो मा सद्गमय तमसो मा ज्योतिर्गमय मृत्योर्मा.
Thank you all. We are honored to announce that Shri U.T. Kadir, Honorable Speaker, Karnataka State Legislative Assembly, Government of Karnataka, had consented to attend our conference. However, due to unavoidable circumstances, he is unable to join us today. Despite his absence, Sir has graciously sent his best wishes and a message of support for our event. Let's watch.
I'm happy to know that the Yenepoya Nursing College is organizing International Nursing Conference on mixed method research and advanced healthcare. I was supposed to inaugurate this function. Due to have to attend the international conference in America, I'm unable to attend this program over here. I congratulate, appreciate the management and staff of Yenepoya Nursing College for having the concern in this profession and organizing this conference internationally to exchange the views and have a network and get better knowledge regarding the profession, which will indirectly help the patients and the society in the future days. And it will be a good message for the younger nursing students who will be in the profession in the days to come. I'm sure that all your knowledge will be explored here, and your knowledge will be updated in this conference. So the concern of the management and the staff of nursing college is highly appreciated. I request all the nursing staff and the students who are in the college who are ready to do their professional days to come. The sincerity, commitment, and the honesty of the nurses profession will only take up the hospitals in a better way and a better healthcare in the society. A hospital can be run without a doctor, but not without good nurses. So your responsibility is more in the society, and people seek a lot from you in this profession. So once again, I thank and congratulate all the students who have taken this course and who are doing the professional nursing field. It is one type of rendering the social service to the society. Once again, thank you each and everyone. Namaskar.
We deeply appreciate his commitments and we are grateful for his kind words. Thank you, sir. It's my privilege to welcome our chief guest, Dr. B.L. Sujata Rathod, Director Medical Education, Government of Karnataka, to address the gathering.
A very warm morning to one and all who are assembled today for this inaugural ceremony, exploring the boundless horizons of mixed method research, which will help in integrating insights and advancing healthcare. Well, good morning to all the dignitaries on the stage, starting with our Dr. Yenepoya Abdullah Kuni, who's the Chancellor of this Yenepoya deemed to be university. Dr. M. Vijay Kumar, Vice Chancellor. Dr. Rajeshwari Devi, former Divisional Joint Director of the Mysore Division. Dr. Shripati Rao, Dr. Gangadhar Saumyaji, Dr. Leena, Dr. Teresa, Dr. Binsa, and of course the faculty and the invited dignitaries and the delegates of this inaugural ceremony of this conference, Exploring the Boundless Horizons. Well, as all of you know, medicine is both an art and science. The science component requires us to be always updated about evidence-based facts, which will help us to take the art component, that is caring and compassionate care for the patients. It's with this continuum care of the patients we are going to make a difference in the society. So as we all have taken a pledge to continue to treat our patients, to make their lives better, we as a country, having so much of population, have another great benefit that we can do a lot of research on our own population rather than always looking upon the Western literatures, which give evidence-based and results which are akin to their population. But we should do more research with our own population, because the explorative methods or the treatment which we seek for our own population will be well known only if we do research on our own population. So research remains a very, very important component of our continuum of care. So as we are looking into this component of mixed methods, which strategically integrates both the qualitative and quantitative way of doing research, I would like to take you to the definition of mixed methods, which from the first journal of the mixed methods research says that it's a research where the investigator collects and analyzes data, integrates the findings, and draws inferences using both the qualitative and quantitative approach or the methods. And all this is done in a single study or the program of inquiry. And why do we need to do this? If you can look into the rationale of doing mixed method research, it is basically to have an appropriate validation. That is A. B is to build comprehensive understanding. C is in every context, you conceptualize the qualitative data, which will help interpret the quantitative findings. And D is for depth of the statistical results. So it will explain the statistical results in much more depth. Hence, it's extremely important that you use this mixed methods to not only collect data on the same subject, which can make your results more credible. And if the qualitative and the quantitative data coverage is mixed, it strengthens and the validity of your conclusions, which is known as the process of triangulation. So mixed method research will help us to do a purposeful mixing of methods in, be it in data collection, data analyzing, and interpretation of the evidence. So to conclude, by embracing this mixed methods research, the process of the profession of nursing, which is the noblest profession of continuum of care, which was initially validated by Florence Nightingale, today, with all these methods, can harness the strengths of both the qualitative and quantitative approaches. And this will help the whole process to gain a comprehensive understanding of the complex healthcare phenomenon. The integrated methodology will allow the researchers to explore the what and how of nursing practice, while also uncovering the why and in what context, ultimately giving the evidence-based practice, improving the patient outcome, and advancing the nursing profession as a whole. So here's to this profession, which will make every patient comfortable, and to this profession, which is like the ebony for erasing the pain of our patients. And this profession, which is going to make a lot of difference in creating wellness in the society. I would congratulate the entire team of Yenepoya Nursing College for having this conference, which is going to make a lot of difference to our society. And I stand before you being happy and privileged to be part of this great conference. Thank you. Thank you to the entire organizations, and thank you to one and all. I wish you all a happy festival of knowledge, learning, and becoming better researchers. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am, for your valuable message. On behalf of Yenepoya Nursing College, now I request our Honorable Chancellor, Yenepoya Abdullah Kunni, to present a memento to Dr. Sujata Rato, Director Medical Education, Government of Karnataka, as a token of love and gratitude.
Thank you, sir. It is our honor to have with us a distinguished personality whose insights will illuminate our path. Now I welcome our guest of honor, Dr. Rajeshwari Devi, former Divisional Joint Director, Health and Family Welfare, to address the gathering.
A very happy morning to all of you who have gathered here for an important international conference, which is organized by Yenepoya Nursing College with the Yenepoya University deemed to be. At the outset, let me congratulate the whole team of the nursing college as well as the university, because amidst of these days of natural calamity and so difficult days, you have been so much interested and putting your effort to have an international conference in this university. Respected chief guest, Sri Yutikadar sir, Honorable Speaker. Today's chief guest, Dr. B.L. Sujata Rathod Madam, Director of Medical Education, Government of Karnataka, and the respected Vice Chancellor, Dr. M. Vijay Kumar sir, who's my teacher, mentor, and guide. And today's function, which has been presided by Dr. Yenepoya Abdullah Kunni, who is a great visionary, great philanthropist, and the great educationalist who has been a pillar of starting this great university 3 decades back in the city of Bangalore, who could never think of such a great university which on par with an international standards, world standard. Hats off to you, sir. Dr. B.H. Sripati Rao, sir, Pro-Vice Chancellor, Dr. Gangadhar Somayaji, Registrar, and importantly, Dr. Leena Casey, organizing chairperson of this today's conference, which is an international conference, who with her team, she has been able to organize it so dedicatedly. As all of you know, today we are going to, I think the whole day you will be discussing about this great topic about this exploring the boundless horizons of mixed method research, integrating insights and advancing healthcare. As all of you know, today the medicine, the allopathy medicine has seen so much of voluminous and tremendous changes because of evidence-based medicine already, as Madam said, because of the research-oriented results, because of these kinds of efforts, we have been seeing a lot of changes in healthcare and also in the patient care. As all of you know, the Yenepoya University has been giving a big and great platform for so many research. I have been closely observing this great university for the past 3 decades. It has been growing, and last decade of 10 years, I have evidenced a great research oriented teaching in this university, because previously I was associated with the university which started the international level of research lab and other things. And from the government of Karnataka and from the department, we were also were the part of this research lab and other things. And with the new hospital which has come, Zuleka Cancer Hospital, I know that there are so many papers and so many research work which is going on. And my request would be the Assurance Committee of the Karnataka has been asking the department. There is a recent increased incidence of head and neck cancers in and around of Dakshina Kannada and Udupi because the reasons which are not known. They say because of the so many industries, the development of the industries. So I would request the university and our VC sir to just throw light on this field also. Coming to the particular today's conference, there are so many people who are interested in, who have come with so much of interest, and the delegates and the resource people who have come from from so many part of our state and also other cities, who will throw the light on this important important topic, which is the foundation and methodological framework of the mixed methods, which already Madam has explained, which has developed a comprehensive protocols that effectively integrate with the other components, learn strategies for integrating and interpreting quantitative and qualitative and comprehensive research findings, ensure the validity in the design and execution and reporting of mixed methods and studies. So I very well know this conference will throw lights on these gray areas. Previously, used to think these research conferences and symposiums are only for doctors. But I'm very happy to know that these kind of events have been organized even for the nursing colleges and allied health science students to make their path to a great extent. And I also know the quality of the nursing care, especially from the these coastal Karnataka and also from the Kerala, is very, very excellent. And they have been working throughout this globe with a very good quality and standards. And I also request the university to have a lot of branches, super specialty branches in nursing, like psychiatry, nursing, then palliative nursing and other allied subjects. I really wish a grand success to this conference, and I hope it will invoke a lot of queries and lot of answers for all the queries which the delegates have, and the learned resource people will be able to deliver their goods. And I'm very thankful for making me part of this conference. Wish you all the success for this great conference. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am, for your inspirational message. On behalf of Yenepoya Nursing College, I request our Honorable Chancellor, Yenepoya Abdullah Kunni, to hand over a memento to our guest of honor, Dr. Rajeshwari Devi, as a token of love and gratitude. Thank you, sir. The book to read is not the one that thinks for you, but the one which makes you think. Here I call upon all the esteemed dignitaries to come forward to release the conference souvenir. I also request Mrs. Timmy Thomas, Associate Professor and Souvenir Committee Convener, and the committee members to join the dignitaries.
Thank you all. Soft copy will be shared to all the delegates. If your action inspires others to dream more, learn more, do more, and become more, you are a leader. Now I request Dr. M. Vijay Kumar, Vice Chancellor, Yenepoya deemed to be University, to address the gathering.
Good morning, everybody. Respected Chancellor of the Yenepoya deemed to be University and the Presiding Officer, Dr. Abdullah Kuni. All my statutory officer colleagues who are present on the dais and off the dais. Chief guest of the program, Dr. B.L. Sujata Rathod, the guest of honor, Dr. Rajeshwari Devi, and my dear colleagues, friends, ladies and gentlemen, and more importantly, the delegates who have come all the way to attend this program. Very good morning and welcome to you. In spite of what is happening around us as far as nature is concerned, 250 delegates joined this program from outside the state of Karnataka. From 15 states they have come. That's a good one. With respect to the calamities we are seeing around, in spite of that, you have come here. I thank one and of you. There are a few who have come and joining us from Middle East and European countries, apart from our own Karnataka state. This is the number 250 from outside the state and outside the country is a very good number for a nursing conference. I deeply appreciate the organizing, the president and the secretary for taking efforts to do so. And surprisingly and nicely and pleasantly, There are 150 papers are going to be read and presented, oral presentations, and 30, I was told, there are going to be poster presentations. That's a good participation. I wish you all the very best for being here and participate. And I'll be very happy if you can go around and see the university before you leave. I'm basically a cancer surgeon, served in Kidwai Cancer Institute for about 31 years before coming over here. And I'm here for last 9 years, more as a professor of surgical oncology and less as a vice chancellor, I will say. For I still do surgeries and I still teach, and I've got an MCH program under me. About Yenepoya University, it's my duty as a Vice Chancellor to introduce from my side. It is deemed to be university from 2008. It all started with Islamic Academic of Education, starting a dental college 30 years ago, and now it has blossomed to 10 colleges, including dental, medical nursing, physiotherapy, pharmacy, Ayurveda, homeopathy, naturopathy, and yogic sciences, and arts, science, and management, apart from allied health. So we are now 14,000 plus students with 4,000 employees, out of which 750 faculty members. And we are sitting as NAC A plus this cycle, and NIRF ranking for the past 4 years within 100, currently 84th. All this could happen because of one main reason. That's why I rattled out our ranking, etc. That is mainly because of the research output. That is the reason I am talking about that. Because some time ago, one committee came here, Tandon Committee, Dr. Tandon Committee, who said in what way universities are doing more than what a college is doing. That is, you are also imparting education. Yes, you are giving degrees, but beyond that, what? That only inspired all of us to move towards research. And we have got one of the best advanced research lab here with the 30 full-timers working on it and bringing out enough and more publication totaling to almost 400 per annum for coming out of this university. That's a big number for a small university like us. And as a university's vice chancellor, I am insisting on them that at least 750 should come. Where is that 750? You can easily understand. That's why I rattled the number. 1 per faculty member at least should come is the goal, which we are trying to achieve soon. 1 per faculty member. And the publications are not just the end of the whole thing. It is only a tool or an yardstick to assess what research work is going on. I wouldn't consider the publications alone. Many people consider that whether you are in Q1 journal, Q2 journal, index, non-index, etc., Web of Science. But that should be only the beginning. The end is not that. You have to move to the next level, get a patent, becomes something more. Like, for example, you make a product, it should become industry ready. And that is what the government of India is pushing through. And they have even established several autonomous bodies, including BIRAC, Biotechnology Industry Research Assisting Council. And through that, anybody can get even funds and financial assistance. Through that, we have already developed what is called as Yenepoya Technology Incubator, which incubates people like you or me and startups and do the health-related programs, research and innovation. And all this research stops at publication, as I said, to see the rest of the life of the world, then it has to have a continuum, and that is what the incubator is doing, wherein we make your research questions into a product and make it industry ready. How many of you know what I'm going to tell? I don't know, because you're all researchers. You will be only concentrating on research. There is something called technology readiness level, TRL we call it. 1, 2, 3, 4, up to 9. Just having an idea is the lowest level of TRL, and then it goes into conceptualization and you do the research. That first 3 levels called TRL 1, 2, 3 is called as research. 4, 5, 6 is called as development. Most of the time we used to stop at that is research and development. Whereas today the government of India is pushing it to the next level, that is called as deployment. 7, 8, and 9 TRL is for deployment, so that whatever you have started as a research thought process has resulted in a product, whatever product it might be, and then it is industry ready to see that the society gets the advantage. Ultimately, we must see that the society gets the advantage out of your research, not just you get the advantage of having filled your curriculum vitae. I mean, look, I may sound a little harsh, but that's what most of us do as a teacher. Even I am doing the same thing, you may say. But you have to go to the next level. Come to us, we'll help you how to handhold you, get the funding, and get projects, the projects worth 2 crores through the government agencies. It's all government agencies. I'm not going to give, but I only facilitate to get you that number. There is BIRAC, there is DST, there is DBT, there is ICMR. All these people are now opening up, and we are giving. We are only facilitating them to get it. And our own research has moved towards that level. And very recently, I'm proud to inform you, Dr. Abhay Nirgude and myself, we wrote and we got an ICMR project for 2.5 crores for the implementation research at Dakshina Kannada. We are one of the 6 centers. We are one of the 6 centers in the whole country to get it. And there were about 184 applicants, and we are one of the 6 only selected by ICMR. I compliment this and telling you openly because earlier days when I was in Kidwai, even giving 30 lakhs was a problem when I used to apply. Today, they are opening up to 5 crores. Even the ICMR is giving this particular project is 2.5 crores, and we have to work with the government. The phase 3 of this project is implementation, and hence we have to work with the government. So I'm happy that everybody is opening up instead of talking about government, not government, etc. Wherever there is work, wherever work, they are able to appreciate it, acknowledge it, and fund it. That's the most important, the last component. By just appreciating, you will not get anything out, but funding is also important. And that is what today BIRAC is doing, and Government of India through the DST and DBT are doing. And my compliments and congratulations to the government also for opening up. And having said all this, you people have come and you are going to be a part of this conference. And this conference is research methodology. And ultimately, our chief guest has already touched the topic. You should know evidence-based medicine, and that should be evidence-based nursing also. Ultimately, you have to know what is level 1, 2, 3, 4 evidence and what are the recommendations. Ultimately, it's the meta-analysis and randomized prospective trials which go to the higher level of recommendations so that it becomes the guidelines today. Today, everybody is talking about evidence-based medicine, and same way, probably one day, you also should start talking about evidence-based nursing. That is my wish and desire, that this conference will open our eyes to that direction. And thank you very much for being here. God bless. Jai Hind and Jai Karnataka.
Thank you, sir, for your thoughts of wisdom. Coupled with an impressive background, we have a Honorable Chancellor, Dr. Yenepoya Abdullah Kuni, Yenepoya deemed to be University, for the presidential address.
A very good morning to all of you. At the very outset, I would like to inform you that Honorable Speaker, Karnataka Legislative Assembly, UT Kader is not able to attend as he had to unexpectedly travel overseas. Nevertheless, he has been kind enough to send a message to us. On this occasion, I want to thank him for this gesture. I also must place on record our chief guest, Dr. Sujata Rathod, for having made it possible to be with us today. Much gratitude also to all resource persons, the organizing committee, faculty, staff, as well as all participants of this conference. Guest of honor, Rajeshwar Devi, Dr. M. Vijay Kumar, Dr. B.H. Sripati Rao, Dr. Gangadhara Somaji, Dr. Teresa Mendonça, Dr. Leena K.C., Principal, Yenepoya Nursing College, Pincha Papachan, Organizing Secretary, Yenepoya Nursing College, students, guests, teaching and non-teaching teaching staff, friends from the media, ladies and gentlemen. I am delighted to be here today at the inaugural ceremony of this two-day international conference. I am especially pleased that this platform has been organized by Yenepoya Nursing College as a constant of Yenepoya deemed to be university in collaboration with the Trained Nurses Association of India. The important necessity of research is simple, undeniable. It has been well said that research is seeing what everybody else has seen and thinking what nobody else has thought. Apart from that fact that the beneficial as a learning process for student, it's also what brings out solutions for health and well-being of the humanity. In this context, I doubly pleased that this event is themed on exploring boundless horizons of mixed method research. The focus on integrating insight and advancing healthcare is very apt. We at Yenepoya deemed to be university have from the start assigned great importance to research and activities and constant knowledge updates through such programs. This international level conference is yet another brilliant testimonial to our steadfast endeavor to keep pace with technological development on the global level. The conference will feature a rich knowledge sharing experience for all participants, especially the PG and PhD scholars, as well as the faculty, and is poised to take advanced, cutting edge, and challenging dimensions. I congratulate entire organizing committee, headed by organizing chairperson, Dr. Leena K.C., Dean YNC, for the excellent teamwork and their elaborate effort in ensuring the success of this event. Keep it up. Great work. Thank you one and all. Jai Hind, Jai Karnataka.
Thank you, sir, for your valuable thoughts of insight. Gratitude unlocks the fullness of life. It turns what we have into enough and more. I now invite Dr. Binsha Papachan, Organizing Secretary, Yenepoya Nursing College, to propose the vote of thanks.
Good morning to everyone. On behalf of Yenepoya Nursing College, I extend my heartfelt gratitude to all who have made this international conference on exploring the boundless horizons of mixed method research, integrating insights, and advancing healthcare a resounding success. First and foremost, I would like to express my deep appreciation to Sri U.T. Khadar, Honorable Speaker of Karnataka Legislative Assembly, who, despite being unable to attend this in person, shared a thoughtful video message with us. I thank him in his absence. I would like to express my deep appreciation to our chief guest, Dr. B.L. Sujata Rathod, Director of Medical Education, Government of Karnataka. Your presence and insightful address have greatly enriched this event. Despite your busy schedule, you made it possible to attend and share your valuable insights with us. Thank you, ma'am, for your invaluable contribution and support. A special thanks to our guest of honor, Dr. Rajeshwari Devi, Your encouragement and vision for advancing healthcare have been truly inspiring. Thank you so much, ma'am. Our sincere thanks and deepest respect to Dr. Yenepoya Abdullah Kunyi, Chancellor of Yenepoya deemed to be University, Mangaluru, for presiding over this event. Your unwavering dedication to education and healthcare is commendable. And your vision and leadership have been pivotal in fostering an environment of academic excellence and research innovation at our university. We are deeply grateful for your ongoing support and commitment to advancing healthcare education. Thank you so much, sir. I thank our Pro-Chancellor, Mr. Muhammad Farad Yenepoya, for your invaluable support and guidance at every step of organizing this conference. Your dedication and assistance have been instrumental in ensuring its success. I am also profoundly grateful to Dr. M. Vijay Kumar, Vice Chancellor of Yenepoya deemed to be University, Mangaluru, for your constant support and guidance. Your leadership continues to drive our institution to great heights. Thank you, sir. Special thanks to Dr. B.H. Sripati Rao, Pro Vice Chancellor, and Dr. Gangadhara Somaya GK's Registrar for your unwavering support and guidance for being present for this program. I would like to extend a special thanks to Dr. Leena Casey, our organizing chairperson. Your hard work and meticulous planning have been instrumental in making this conference a success. Thank you, ma'am. A heartfelt thanks to the Trained Nurses Association of India, represented by Dr. Teresa L. Mendonça, for their support and collaboration. Your involvement has added great value to this conference. Thank you, ma'am. I thank our statutory officers, Advisor to IU, Dr. Abdul Rahman, Dean of Student Affairs and Academics, Director IQAC, Assistant Registrars, Medical Superintendent, Nursing Superintendent, Dean of all the constituent colleges, Principals and Vice Principals, Center Heads, Section Heads, HODs, Student Welfare Officers, Campus Administrative Officers for being present for this program. We extend our heartfelt gratitude to the resource persons who travel from far away, braving challenging weather conditions to share their invaluable knowledge and expertise with us. I also thank our judges for paper and poster presentations, chairpersons for the scientific sessions for their cooperation and support. I would like to extend my deepest gratitude to Mrs. Hazel Rima Babosa, Organizing Joint Secretary, chairpersons of all the committees, and the entire teaching faculty of Yenepoya Nursing College. Your relentless efforts over the past months have been pivotal in successful completion of this international conference. And your contributions in planning, organizing, and ensuring the high-quality content of this conference have been invaluable. To our non-teaching staff, your support behind the scenes have been instrumental. From logistical arrangements to administrative tasks, your efficiency and dedication have ensured the smooth running of this event. A special note of thanks to the media for their coverage and support, to the IT department for their technical assistance, to other technical staff for ensuring smooth operations, and to Suksagar, our catering unit, for providing excellent refreshments and meals. And we thank our sponsors for their financial assistance. We extend our heartfelt gratitude to all the delegates from 15 states who joined us both offline and online. A special thanks to those who have traveled and joined us in person in this challenging weather situations. Thank you all once again for your presence and participation. Let us continue to work together to explore new horizons in healthcare research and make meaningful advancement for the betterment of our society. Thank you once again.
Thank you, ma'am. We came to an end of inaugural program. Kindly rise for the national anthem.
जनगण मन अधिनायक जय हे भारत भाग्य विधाता पंजाब सिंध गुजरात मराठा द्राविड उत्कल बंगा विंध्य हिमाचल यमुना गंगा उच्चल जलधि तरंगा तव शुभ नामे जागे तव शुभाशिष माघे गाहे तव जय गाथा जनगण मंगलदायक जय हे भारत भाग्य विधाता जय हे जय हे जय हे जय 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 हे
Thank you. I request the dignitaries to occupy the seat of the stage. Volunteers kindly escort. As we embark on this journey of knowledge, let us push the boundaries of what we know in the realm of healthcare. Let us take full advantage of the opportunities to network, collaborate, and exchange ideas that can redefine the future of healthcare. So, without further ado, let's set the stage with discussions and transformative insights. Have a fruitful day. Delegates, kindly note, those who have not registered, kindly go to the registration counter. I repeat, those who have not registered, kindly go to the registration counter. We will begin the next session soon. Let us proceed to the next session on crafting a comprehensive protocol for mixed method research. I welcome Mrs. Anju Ullas, moderator, Assistant Professor, Department of Medical Surgical Nursing, to escort the resource person and the chairperson to the dais. Over to you, ma'am.
Good morning, all. I would like to invite Dr. Reena George, HOD of Psychiatric Nursing at Institute of Mental Health and Neurosciences, Kozhikode, Kerala, to chair this session. Madam is a certified and licensed genetic counselor by the Board of Genetic Counseling India. Her academic qualifications are PhD in Psychology, MSc in Psychiatric Nursing, MSc in Applied Psychology, PG Diploma in Counseling, Diploma in Community Mental Health, and also undergone various certificate courses. Madam was a member of Board of Studies at Kerala University and Health Sciences from 2018 to 2021. Madam have more than 20 publications to her credit. And she currently serves as a reviewer for a few scientific journals. Madam secured the Distinguished Alna Award 2021 from Father Muller's College of Nursing, Mangalore. Madam currently serves as a psychiatric nursing expert on the Ethics Committee of IMHANS and an executive committee member of the Indian Counselors Association. Madam has 22 years of psychiatric nursing experience. Over to you, Madam.
I am extremely privileged and delighted to present Dr. Vishnu Ranjit to you. Dr. Vishnu Ranjit is a lecturer and program director at the School of Nursing and Midwifery, Royal College of Surgeons in Ireland. In his current role, he leads postgraduate programs in advanced leadership and critical care nursing. He also holds an honorary senior lecturer position at the School of Medicine at the University of Cardiff and serves as an adjunct faculty member at the Manipal College of Nursing, India. Furthermore, Dr. Ranjit is an academic editor for the journal PLOS ONE and an editorial board member of BMC Nursing. Dr. Ranjit earned his undergraduate, postgraduate, and doctorate degrees in nursing from Manipal Academy of Higher Education, India. He served as an investigator of 7 funded projects, published over 60 scholarly manuscripts, and delivered over 70 invited talks. His commitment to research and teaching is recognized through numerous awards, including Dr. TMA Pi Doctoral Fellowship in 2013, the Sigma Theta Tau Omicron Delta Research Award in 2015, and the RCSA Student Partnership Championship Award in 2024. Dr. Ranjit is a Fellow of the Royal Society of Public Health UK and the Fellow of Faculty of Nursing and Midwifery at RCSI. He is a member of the Cochrane Nursing Network and is involved in generating evidence summaries for clinical practice. He contributes as a reviewer for top-ranking journals, including the Journals of Advanced Nursing. Dr. Ranjit's expertise spans health and Journal of Neuroscience. Dr. Ranjit's expertise spans randomized trials, qualitative studies, systematic reviews, and mixed method research. With this short introduction, I invite Dr. Vishnu Ranjit to deliver the session on crafting a comprehensive procedure for mixed method research. Thank you. Welcome to you.
Can I have somebody change the slides? Yeah. This- I think I'm okay with this. Okay. Thank you, Madam Reena, for your kind introduction. And good morning, everyone. So this is the last for lunch session. So before we I bring greetings to you all from Royal College of Surgeons in Ireland. I'm Dr. Vishnu Ranjit. I work as a lecturer and program director at RCSI. And I'm an honorary senior lecturer at the University of Cardiff. I also hold the position of an adjunct faculty at Manipal College of Nursing. In this particular session, I'll be taking on how to craft a comprehensive protocol for a mixed methods research. That are some images from the institute where I work. Before I start my session, I would like to disclose that I have no actual or potential conflict of interest in relation to this presentation on crafting a comprehensive protocol for mixed methods research. By the end of the session, the participants will be able to define what is mixed methods research. We'll be able to understand different components of a mixed methods research protocol. You'll be able to familiarize with the protocol format for a mixed methods research, and we will recognize some of the common pitfalls in designing a mixed methods research. As I find it very easy to take this session after Madam Nalini, because she has given a detailed overview about all the methodological aspects of undertaking a mixed methods research. As we all know that the healthcare system is becoming complex. Might be 10 years or 15 years back, qualitative research was something new to most of us as nurses. And whereas now it is the era of mixed methods research, we all are interested in taking up a lot of mixed methods research. And there are lots of PhD scholars out here who are taking lots of research studies in mixed methods. So as healthcare system started becoming complex, so the research problems, the research problems faced by the health researchers also become very complex. And in response to this, we see that there are lots of studies which are being undertaken using mixed methods research. When we do a simple PubMed search on how many articles are being published using mixed methods research, we could see that in 2002, there were only 11 articles which were published using a mixed methods research. Whereas until today, if you search in 2024, we could see that around 39,468 articles has been published in PubMed using this particular methodology. That itself will echo the importance of this particular research method. So to start with the classic definition of mixed methods research is the research in which the investigator gathers both type of quantitative and qualitative data, integrates the two, and draws interpretation based on the combined strength of both quantitative and qualitative research. Then we can call the study as a mixed methods research. I'll try to use this. Hello. Maybe I'll try to use this. This will be more convenient. So here what happens is that it is not just kind of gathering of quantitative and qualitative data. This is about gathering, integrating, and then drawing inferences from both the quantitative and qualitative aspects of the study. Then we can call the study as a mixed methods research. So it is not just about gathering quantitative and qualitative data. It's about gathering, integrating, and then basically making interpretations out of both quantitative and qualitative stance of the study. And there has been a large confusion about what is a mixed method study and what is a multi-method study. There are two methodologies. That is, one is mixed methodology and the other is called as a multi-methodology. So what is multi-method is that multi-method research uses multiple quantitative or multiple qualitative methods in the same project, but overall the data are not integrated. For example, in my study, there are different quantitative approaches or different qualitative approaches, or there is a mix of qualitative and quantitative approaches, but I'm just using them. I'm not kind of integrating them or kind of combining them to come to a conclusion, then I can call my study as a multi-method study, not a mixed method study. So having different components won't qualify our study as a mixed method study. So mixed method is a term, sorry. So mixed method is a term that is used to designate meaningful combination or integration of qualitative and quantitative research methods in the same research projects. Even though in researchers, they call mixed and multi-method together, but ideally these two are two different components. Mixed is different, multi is different. For our study to be called as a mixed method research, we should be kind of integrating the findings from both the strands of the study. Deciding on mixed methods research is a very big decision that you have to take, especially when we are doing a PhD or a large scale project. We need to be very sure of whether we want to go ahead with a mixed method study. Since there are so many inappropriate reasons to select a mixed method study, don't select a mixed method study thinking that everybody is doing mixed method, so I should be doing, or it is no new huge trend in research, so I should be using a mixed methods research, or I am under pressure from others. My neighbor is doing a mixed method research, so I feel a bit inferior, so I should be doing a mixed method study. Or my rival professor is doing a mixed method research, so I should not feeling a bit inferior, so I also should use a mixed method. These are all very inappropriate reasons for doing a mixed method study. So just a quick question for you. So my study has both quantitative and qualitative components, but they are two entirely different components and are not related at all. In that case, what is my study approach? Is it a mixed method study approach or a multi-method study approach? It would be a multi-method study approach, not a mixed method study approach. Okay. So there are some resources. I'll be leading this session through certain resources. What you all can do is you can scan this one. So it will take you to a Padlet platform, which will have the template for how to write a mixed methods protocol. Thus, there is a sample study proposal on how to write a mixed methods proposal, and there'll be a sample full-length mixed methods study on how to details of a mixed method protocol, as well as the handout of this particular session also is there in this Padlet. So if you can kind of scan it, you will get all that resources, or else I believe that the organizers have already shared these documents to your WhatsApp group as well. Okay. Everybody got that one? Okay. Okay, that's great. So this is the protocol template for a mixed method study. There are a whole lot of components. I've given them as headings and subheadings. Please make sure that, please understand that this is a very general framework. You all can have the freedom to edit it or to modify it based on the needs of your mixed method study. So a research proposal is a detailed description of a proposed study and designed to investigate the given problem. So here in the proposal, if you are able to articulate what you want to accomplish, why do you want it to accomplish, and how are you going to accomplish it? If your protocol says all the three components, then you are making a very successful protocol. And a protocol is in a mixed method study, why it is crucial is that we need to ensure that the methodological rigor and coherence, because if you are a researcher who has started preparing a protocol, you could have understood that there are lots of nuances. There is one qualitative study here, another quantitative study here. You are trying to mix it. There are lots of loopholes in your protocol. There are many things that you can kind of fall off from the track. So it is very essential to have a very clear protocol designed a priori. And a good protocol, it guides the integration of both the quantitative as well as the qualitative data. So from the detailed template which I have selected or which I have shared with you now, I have selected the major components, and I'll be going through these major components in my presentation. So I'll be talking about the introduction, the background of the study, how to write a theoretical framework in a mixed methods research, how to write the purpose statement, literature review, specific research questions, mixed methods design, the notation system, the data analysis, sampling, data integration, and some of the appendices of this template from the template. So when it comes to the title of the study, the title of a mixed methods research is the phase or the first, first impression is developed from seeing your study title. So it should be very simple, it should be direct, concise, and it should not be misleading at all. And it is advisable to use the term mixed method in your study title, because when you have the title mixed method in your study title, anybody seeing your protocol or the title would be able to recognize your study as a mixed method study. In earlier days, we used to write the entire long statement of the problem, a study to assess so-and-so at a selected hospital at so-and-so and all that things. But now people focus on developing a short title, very short, very straightforward, very catchy title. People, by just quickly looking within seconds, they will be able to understand what is your study on. And title is not same as your statement of the problem. Statement of the problem is the long problem statement that we will develop later. So be very specific and clear about the study title. Include the key elements like the population, context, and key variables, and indicate what that it is a mixed method study, and keep it very concise. It should have just enough details. It should not have anything else, just enough details to arouse the interest and curiosity. For example, a general framework for developing a title for a mixed method study could be exploring a key phenomenon in population or context, a mixed method study. That all would be enough for your study title, very concise and clear. For example, exploring patient satisfaction with a nurse-led headache clinic, a mixed method study. How are patients perceiving or the services of a nurse-led headache clinic, a mixed method study. Some of the study titles from the published papers: self-care behaviors of Nepalese adults with type 2 diabetes, a mixed method study. Quality of life of patients with head and neck cancers, a mixed method study. The effectiveness of nurse practitioner-led pain management team in long-term care, a mixed method study. Pediatric end of life in home care setting, Pelican home study, a mixed method study protocol. So all of these studies have tried to combine, make a very concise study. So whenever you are developing a mixed method study, please make sure that you have the key factors and develop a very short and a concise protocol, a study title. So when you start developing the study, you should start having an introduction. And the introduction should set the stage by defining the problem within the broader context. Explain why this problem is significant, why you need to have this problem, and clearly articulate the purpose of the study. So the introductory paragraph, it's said, we are setting up the stage for the study. So always two, three common mistakes which we commonly find in protocols are that we start the study by substantiating it with studies from 80s, 90s and all. There will be no studies from the past 10 years which will be supporting in our introductory session. So after you write your introduction, just go back and see how much of the relevant or recent information is there in your protocol. Always it is advised to use studies from past 10 years or maximum 15 years to support your introductory session. Always use in-text citations whenever you are saying something, or the incidence of cancer is on rise, you are making some claim. Always use a author and year or a citations to support our our claims, and to use a synthesized writing. Synthesized writing is that you just kind of combine multiple studies and then put one statement. Okay, write one statement and support it with 2 or 3 articles. So if you have a very synthesized introduction, a very good in-text citation and all, these are all some of the things that will make a huge difference when you send it your manuscript for a publication, because they see that how much you are able to synthesize, how you are able to substantiate your study with the recent findings and so on. And this introductory section should tell a story on why this problem is worth investigating. Create a mental picture, create a story, and then write the introduction. So that way it becomes a very interesting introduction. So the title, for example, we will see the example of a title and a purpose. The title is Patient Satisfaction with Telehealth Services during COVID-19 pandemic. We could have seen that during COVID-19, there have been lots of lots of telehealth services there, which we were entering. And this is a mixed method study. So the purpose of this mixed method study is to explore and quantify the patient satisfaction with telehealth services during COVID-19 pandemic, combining numerical data and in-depth qualitative insight. So you could see that the purpose statement is telling that we are kind of combining the qualitative data and quantitative data to study, to explore and quantify the patient satisfaction. So whenever you have a purpose statement, the purpose statement should have both the components of your qualitative and quantitative strand. So the research questions in mixed methods research, the researchers typically pose questions that can be addressed with more than one type of data. Or researchers may sometimes ask an exploratory question like a qualitative question to explore the patient's experiences, or a confirmatory question like how much was the level of satisfaction, an exploratory question or a confirmatory question. Or else researchers can examine the causal relationship between or the causal effects in a quantitative component, but can also shed on the causal mechanism using a qualitative component. As madam was telling, the embedded design, she was telling you will use a small qualitative study at the end of a quantitative study to explain the findings of the larger quantitative study. Or else there in quantitative or in mixed methods research, there will be at least 2 research questions, each of which require a different type of data and approach. That is the reason why we go ahead with a mixed methods study. So a mixed method study, by now you will know that there is a quantitative question, a qualitative question, and a mixed method question. And it is very unfortunate to see that most of your studies, we will say that we have a mixed method study, but when we go through the protocol, the mixed question is missing or the mixed objective would be missing. So whomever is developing a proposal for a mixed method study, make sure that we have a mixed question in our protocol. For example, we were telling about the study on telehealth services during COVID. Our quantitative would be what is the level of patient satisfaction with telehealth services during COVID-19 pandemic. Which question is this? This is a is it a quantitative or a qualitative question? Quantitative question. Okay. How do patients perceive the services and quality of care provided through telehealth? It's a qualitative question. How do patients' qualitative experiences explain the quantitative findings regarding patient satisfaction and telehealth services? This is a mixed question. So this is how we should have a quantitative, qualitative, and a mixed method question in our protocol. Well done. So next, once we have the question ready, we might have to focus on the conceptual framework. Even itself in quantitative research, we find that developing conceptual framework is a very difficult task. We will keep it at the end of the study, and at the end of the study, we will say input, throughput, and then an output. So we will come up with something like that. Okay. So don't do that in case of a mixed method study. So it is an a priori conceptual framework is used or can be used in a mixed methods research. It serves as a guide for integrating quantitative and qualitative approaches. We can have, there are different options for developing a mixed methods framework. Same like, identifying the key concepts of your study, what are the key variables of your study, what are the general hypotheses that you are expecting out of the study, and try to formulate a conceptual framework of your own. And it is not always that, you need to kind of base it on a theory. If you're not able to base it on a theory, you are free to generate your own conceptual framework. Or what you can do is you can combine multiple frameworks and use it for the study. So this, I'll show you an example, how we were telling about patient satisfaction with telehealth services during COVID-19 pandemic, a mixed method study. So here, what are the inpatient satisfaction, telehealth and all, what are our core focus areas? We are focusing on one is patient satisfaction, and telehealth talks about something about technology adaptation in healthcare, or else we are talking about patient-centered care and all. So when we were searching about which are all the studies, which are all the theories which is around patient satisfaction, patient-centered care, because during COVID-19 we wanted to focus more on a patient-centered approach. That is why we came up with telehealth. And telehealth is a technology adaptation to healthcare. So we explored which are all the conceptual frameworks around that area, and we found out that two frameworks, that is patient-centered care model and technology acceptance model, are kind of very related to this area. And then what we can do is we can kind of generate a conceptual framework combining these two models for our mixed method study. So it would be a good way to develop a conceptual framework during the planning stage itself. So Eckhart and colleagues conducted a mixed method study. This study full text is already available on that Padlet. So this was a study which was done to identify factors affecting fatigue among coronary heart patients or coronary heart disease patients. So since fatigue is like kind of mostly related to a symptom, they have used the theory of unpleasant symptoms as the framework for this particular study, for the mixed method study. And this is the framework that they have developed. The whole description on how they have used this framework is available in that PDF, which is available for you. So that you can use that as a really good example on how to develop the framework for a qualitative for a mixed methods research. Here you could see that the researchers have combined the quantitative as well as the qualitative aspects in the same conceptual framework. So having next is once we have developed the conceptual framework, we will just kind of brush through the literature review. So it provides a critical review of existing literature related to the topic. Use a mix of both quantitative. You can support your findings with a quantitative and a qualitative research studies. And if you're doing a doctoral program, if anybody of you are doing a mixed method study using for a doctoral program, you may do a systematic review to support your study as a baseline thing. So that is advised, and focus on studies which were published in 10 to 15 years. And this is an exception when you have very classic papers or landmark studies and all, you can still use it. For example, if you are still using a study on, stroke risk or, mortality risk among stroke, we still cite Framingham cohort study, which was done, way back in the early 90s or 80s. So those are classic papers you can cite, but otherwise always cite the newer papers. Okay, and for the identification of gaps, mention that at the end of your literature review, you come up with identification of gaps. When I say about identification of gaps, two research gaps that you should be highlighting is that we should be able to say that, you see, quantitative, there is still a knowledge gap in this area. There are different studies done on that area, but there is a knowledge gap in understanding about patients' experiences with the telehealth services. So we should be able to generate a knowledge gap. There is definitely a knowledge which is lacking in this particular area. Additionally, when it comes to mixed methods research, we should be able to articulate that there is a methodological gap. What should I say there? I should say that there are quantitative studies, there are qualitative studies, but definitely there is a lack of mixed method studies which have combined these findings to substantiate our study area. That's why when we come up with the gaps, we should have knowledge gaps as well as the methodological gaps too in our protocol. So writing the methodology section of a mixed methods research is the larger area now. So what I'll do is I'll just go through how to write the objectives, research approach, design, how to follow the quantitative stand, how to follow the qualitative stand, how to write the integration of data, and some of the ethical concerns. So we will start with the objectives of the study. Same way we have if you have a quantitative study, we have a quantitative question and a quantitative objective. Similarly, for a mixed method study, there should be a quantitative objective, a qualitative objective, and a mixed objective. We should have all the three objectives too. And this mixed objective is that objective which provide a comprehensive understanding of the problem. That is one objective. The third objective or the mixing objective is the one which help us to combine both the left hand side and the right hand side of your study. So here, with the same example, I will be going forward. So the objective of the quantitative question would be to measure and analyze the level of patient satisfaction with telehealth services during COVID-19 pandemic using validated survey instrument. The objective for my qualitative phase could be to explore and understand patient perceptions of quality of care. And the objective of my mixed method question would be to integrate the quantitative data on patient satisfaction levels with qualitative insights from the patient interviews. So all of you, if you are doing a mixed method study, all of you make sure that we have minimum of 3 questions and minimum of 3 objectives on how we are doing. Next is the research approach. So previously we used to write it as correlational approach or survey approach and all. But now we are all clear there is a huge amount of consistency among nurse researchers itself. We will write it as either as a quantitative approach, a qualitative approach, or a mixed methods approach. So if you are writing a mixed methods protocol, always mention our study as a mixed methods approach. So explain in this section, it is not that approach, mixed methods approach. We should be able to justify why we are using a mixed methods approach. If you force a study to be a mixed methods research, it will be difficult to articulate. This is like, my neighbor is doing a mixed method research. I am trying to do a mixed methods research. The study aim is not at all matching with a mixed methods approach. Then that situation, we will be able to find it difficult to articulate why a mixed methods research or mixed methods approach is needed. So if you have a mixed methods research, we should have a clear rationale on why we are doing a mixed methods research. And similarly, if you are in the second section, you may say that I am having a quantitative approach and this is why I'm using quantitative approach for this objective. This objective is better addressed using a quantitative approach, and this is the rationale why which I am using a quantitative approach. So always in this approach section, mention the approach and mention the rationale or why this particular approach is being used. Next, coming to the design. Before I start with the design, I just wanted to madam has already covered it. So to write a notation system. If you have a mixed methods protocol, it is highly essential that you will cite this notation system there. Con in my methodology refers to quantitative study. Qual refers to qualitative study. Plus sign in a protocol means that a concurrent data collection. And arrow shows that one method is leading to another one or a sequential study. Uppercase denotes there is a priority, and lowercase denotes that strand has a lower priority, and parenthesis or brackets means that this is an approach which is embedded in a larger approach. We have a larger approach and we have a shorter approach. So this is a notation system, and it is highly essential to cite your notation system or mention your notation system in the methodology section. So from the first one, it is equal priority for quantitative and qualitative stand. And we are kind of, concurrent design because there is a plus sign. And in the second study number 2, it is first phase is quantitative. The second phase is qualitative. The priority is given for quantitative stand. And in the third study, the first priority is given for in third study quantitative, and which is embedded? Qualitative is embedded. Good. So designing a mixed method study, or when you start making a mixed method study, you may feel like this. You all been to Mangalore railway station, isn't it? You would see that there are lots of rails which are kind of interconnected. But once you get into the train, and you will wonder that which way the loco pilot will take you, because it would be very confusing for an outsider to look at your study or look at this trail. But with very clear planning, he will just kind of take you swiftly through this path, and you will even wonder like how I came out of this thing. Similarly, when you're planning a mixed method study, if you could take 3 decisions, that 3 decisions will lead you very smoothly to your research project like same way the loco pilot has taken you in the study. And the three decisions are the sequencing, prioritization, and integration. Sequencing means that when are you going to collect the quantitative and the qualitative data? There can be three options. The qualitative data can be collected first, or the qualitative data can be collected first, or you can kind of collect both the data sets at the same time. So if you collect both the data sets at the same time, it is called as a concurrent data collection. For example, I am kind of interviewing this group and I'm giving a question to this group and I'm kind of simultaneously asking you both of them to do, your satisfaction with this conferences. Okay, then I'm collecting the data. It's called as a concurrent data collection. Whereas I'm kind of taking quantitative data from them, kind of analyzing it based on the findings. Then I'm going to a qualitative data. That's a sequential phases, one after the another one. Okay, so concurrent design usually happens in a single phase, whereas sequential design unfold in two or more distinct phases. The next decision is weighing. Who should be given more weightage, whether my quantitative phase should be given more weightage or the qualitative state which become more weightage. There is no hard and fast rule, but it all depends upon the aims and objectives of the study. You can decide on which status or which priority should be given. If both the studies components, both quantitative and qualitative, has given equal weightage, it is called as an equal status, or else one become a dominant status and other has got a less priority status. And the third is kind of integration. This is the most important and most challenging part of a mixed methods research. When are you trying to combine the findings? You definitely have a session which is coming on integration of study findings. So here what you can do is you can mix. When you say about a mixed methods research, it's about combining. So when are you going to combine it? You can combine the study using data collection time, you can combine them, or you can during the data analysis time, you can combine them, or during the interpretation time, you can combine them. Only during the interpretation, you can combine them, or you can combine them at all the three phases or any two of the phases, you can combine it. So before we start writing the protocol, we have to take what are the three decisions that we would be taking? What is the sequencing? What is the priority? And what is the when are we going to integrate things? Okay, that will kind of take you a long way. And then there are four. I'm not going to Madam has already given the whole details of the design. So I'll be just kind of telling about triangulation, sequential explanatory, sequential exploratory, and embedded design. I will just show the diagrams so that you can use the same diagrams in your protocol. Okay, just only the diagrams. So as Madam has told, in triangulation design or a convergent design, there is a quantitative and a qualitative phase, and then you will mix the phase and leads to an interpretation. So quantitative data collection, analysis, and results, simultaneously qualitative data collection, analysis, and results, mixing and interpretation. These are all very classic notations or the diagrams given by Creswell. So you are kind of free to modify them and use in the proposal what you are kind of doing. Okay. So this is about the sequential. So triangulation has got both quantitative, qualitative, combination, and explanation. When it comes to sequential explanatory, what happens in a sequential explanatory? What is the first phase? Sequential explanatory. So what is the first phase? Quantitative. Then you will go to the qualitative phase. So sequential explanatory there. So first phase is quantitative, then you will do kind of mixing. When I say about mixing, it is not always at the end of the study. It can, for a sequential design, it can go on the way also. Based on the quantitative study, you are mixing and then forming a qualitative study, and then you are kind of integrating the findings even at the end, or the interpretation at the end of the study. So this is about the sequential explanatory design diagram. Next is the sequential exploratory design diagram. So what happens in a sequential exploratory? Who is first? We are exploring. So who is the first? The qualitative study is the first one. So qualitative study, mixing, quantitative study, and then the integration or interpretation, which happens in the exploratory design. So what is embedded design? Who is embedded? Embedded means a small component there. So in a larger study, there is a small component. So this is the first phase. This is the first diagram where the qualitative is embedded. We can see that there is a large quantitative study, a small quantitative study. We mix and then we interpret. Or else there is a quantitative embedding, where is the larger qualitative study, a smaller quantitative study. We are mixing an interpretation of the study. So you can use these schematic representations for your mixed methods research, and it is highly advisable to use a mixed method diagram or this type of a design diagram for your mixed method study. So what are the two things that you will include? You will include a notation system and you will include a design schematic representation when you develop a protocol for a mixed method study. So how to identify the best design? So Creswell says that there are different approaches, or else you are free to kind of use a design in which your methodological strengths are dominant. If you feel that you are mostly a quantitative researcher, you can ideally take it and design in a team. Or we talk about a lot about multidisciplinary or interdisciplinary nature. So now what we can do is you can kind of ask somebody, an expert from qualitative, to join you and make a mixed methods research, or join with researchers whose strengths are complementary, and it actually offers an ideal platform you to kind of strengthen your skills in a non-dominant area. Because when I started mixed, I was not really confident in my mixed qualitative design. So through the process, you can kind of enhance your capacity in using another approach. So having said that, this is something which I personally feel would be a better way to do it. Having reviewed a lot of protocols, I could find that we will be all good until when we come to the stage of writing about the population sampling, sample size and all. Because what happens until design, it's like it's common for that. But after that, it changes for your quantitative strand and qualitative stand. Sometimes you started writing all that thing, and one place we will write the sampling of quantitative, another place we write the sampling of qualitative. There'll be huge messing up of information in our protocol. So it would be a better idea to split up your methodology sections there and tell that this is the quantitative strand, and give all the details about quantitative strand, like population, sample, sampling size, eligibility criteria, participants, data collection settings, instruments, how you are planning to collect the data, and how you are planning to do the data analysis. Finish everything for one strand and then go to the another strand that is with the qualitative strand, and go on and do it. This would be a good approach for a beginner and for writing a proposal for your doctoral program. But whereas, as you get progress, by the time you wanted to publish your study protocol and all, you can combine and write it, because you kind of develop more clarity towards that stage. But if you are a beginner, if you are a novice researcher who is writing your first protocol for a mixed methods research, this would be a better idea. And then at the end, you can come up with the rationale for integration and plan for an integrated analysis. So we will see what all things that you need to mention on your quantitative and qualitative stand. As we have seen, we will say that this is the approach. This is my quantitative strand. This is my qualitative stand. These are the designs. My quantitative stand is an RCT. My qualitative stand is a descriptive qualitative study. Now I'm going to explain the detail of each of the strands. So you may tell about what is the population, sample size. A sample size calculation would be needed. What is the eligibility criteria in quantitative, and sometimes the eligibility criteria would be different for your quantitative stand and qualitative stand. So you have to be very careful about this. Sometimes population could be different, because sometimes in the quantitative stand you will have only children, whereas in your qualitative stand you will have both children and their parents. So you have to be very careful in writing both the strands separately. plan for data collection, plan for data analysis, and ensuring rigor in the quantitative stand. Madam will be covering about rigor and ethical consideration. Similarly, we will write it for the qualitative strand as well. So some points to consider when talking about the data collection. You have to specify for each strand what is the participant, what is the number of participant. If it is a qualitative data, you have to tell that it is up to data saturation and so on, which are all the data collection setting and settings. Sometimes it would be different for both the strands, and type of data collection instruments that can be used. Similarly, for the data analysis, please just don't write, data analysis will be descriptive and inferential. One sentence, descriptive and inferential statistics for quantitative data. Thematic analysis will be done for qualitative data. That has become so old things. Like now you have to be very specific on what descriptive statistics that we will be using. What are all the are you using a comparison? Are you having a per protocol analysis for your clinical trial? Or if you are using a qualitative study, are you following a Collasis approach, or are you following a Braun and Clark thematic approach? So be very specific in what you are doing with your quantitative and qualitative strands. So what are all the advanced data analysis technique? Like you will be comparing a group, or how you will be developing a theme and so on. And what are some of the software programs that you could be using? In mixed method study, there is a wide scope for using both, SPSS R or similar qualitative using like now Atlas TI or NVivo. Madam Seema has used NVivo for her qualitative and mixed study, I believe. That was NVivo, isn't it, that you used? Okay, yeah, good. So mostly now people, if you are doing a mixed method study, it is a good idea to use these type of softwares. Okay, then when you have explained all that quantitative and qualitative strands separately, now it is the time to come and integrate the findings of the study. So when it comes to integrate the findings of the study, we will see what are all the things that we have to explain at the integration section. So there is actually, this is basically, I should call this as a misnomer, because people, when we say about sampling, it is just two different things. There is a quantitative sampling, there is a qualitative sampling. But when it comes to a qualitative sampling in mixed methods research, Onwuz and Collins in 2007 came up with a sampling for mixed methods research, and they tell that there are 4 types of sampling in mixed methods research. So that is identical sampling, parallel sampling, nested sampling, and multi-level sampling. So ideally, these are all not sampling method. They just mention that how the participants in your quantitative strand, how the participants in the qualitative strands are related. It is not just a sampling technique. It is just mention the relationship between subjects in the quantitative and qualitative strand. And at the end of your mixed methods protocol, it would be wise to clearly articulate whether they were the same participants, or whether they were different group of participants from that study, or whether they had any relationship. So we will see each one in that. There is one option where you can use the exactly same people in the both the components of the study. So I can use this group for my quantitative strand as well as for my qualitative strand. Then that is called as an identical sample. There is parallel sample. Parallel sample is that the subjects in both the strands are completely different, but they are taken from a similar population. For example, in the conference attendees, I will take one group as entirely for qualitative, another group for quantitative. You both are from the same population, but you are kind of different from the different parts of different strands of the study. That is called as a parallel sample. Or else the next one is called as a nested sample. Nested sample, in the entire group, I will take you all for the quantitative study, and from 10 participants, I will take in the same way how we do embedded, a smaller subset I will take for a qualitative study. So that is a nested sample, a larger sample. Then you can mention that the quantitative study had 100 participants. For the qualitative study, we have purposely selected 10 participants from the larger cohort of 100 participants. Then another one is called as multi-level sampling. This I haven't come across any papers who have which has used a multi-level sampling, but an example could be like this. Different hierarchy of people, you can use different methodologies. For example, we are doing a study on self-esteem of nurses, how nurses perceive their self-esteem. So in that might be on, fresh graduates or the staff nurse level, we can do a quantitative interview, a quantitative study. Or the middle level managers, we can use a qualitative study. Or a higher level managers, we can do again a quantitative study. So different levels of participants, we can do different types of data collection or the data collection approaches or the designs. So that is called as a multi-level sampling. So they just wanted to highlight that these are not exactly sampling techniques, but it just mentions the relationship between subjects in the quantitative strand and in the qualitative strand. I know you all are hungry. What about having a good piece of plum cake? It would be nice. So what happens with the plum cake? By the Christmas season is coming, we will kind of mix everything together and keep, so that by the end of the preparation, they kind of merge together, melt together. They kind of serve the flavor. The rum, the all other mixing things, the dry fruits, the flour. They kind of share the common essence, and they form a beautiful cake at the end of the study. Same is the concept of a mixed method study. You try to give enough time and try to make sure that the flavor of both the components, both the quantitative and qualitative strands, are coming together and bringing you a beautiful piece of a cake. So it dissolves to one another, and one thing connects or bind to the another. So you eat a piece of cake, you get a little plum, you get a little raisin. So you try to enjoy the flavor of that. Same as the way with the qualitative integration. So integration is a central feature of a high quality mixed methods research. But unfortunately, we could see that the earlier mixed method studies, we had two components, then two components were sitting separately. There was no integration that was happening in the mixed methods research. And Beck and Harrison in 2016 conducted a systematic review, and they found that around 47%, around 50% of the nursing research studies or mixed method studies were lacking the information on how they actually missed it. They could publish the paper because these studies were possible because it was in 2016. But now if you send it to a journal without an integration, they will send us, with that super fast, it will come back to us. Okay. So integration in mixed methods research, just one slide I'll just show you. You can either connect the data, you can embed the data, or you can merge the data. So which all areas we have seen that during data collection, data analysis, interpretation, or all the phases, integration is possible. So these are some of the options you can connect. You can connect by leading quantitative leading to qualitative, or you can have qualitative leading to quantitative. That is an integration because one phase is leading to another phase. There is a mixing that is happening on the way of analysis. Then next is embedding. Embedding is that you have a larger study, you are taking a smaller one within the larger study. So there is some amount of integration that is happening there, and you are kind of merging it during analysis or interpretation. So all these ways you can kind of integrate the data, and there is a detailed session on how you are going to analyze or integrate the data. So there is something called as on the way, integration on the way, and integration at the end. Usually for triangulation design or embedded design, the integration happens at the end of the study. You kind of combine everything together at the end of the study. Whereas in case of sequential design, you can have an integration which is happening on the way of the study as well as at the end of the study. So integration can happen on the way as well as at the end of the study in terms of a sequential design. So having told all that thing, so like what is 1 plus 1? 1 plus 1? 1 plus 1? What? Be very confident. 2. 5. Okay, so 1 plus 1 is 2. But when it comes to qualitative research, 1 plus 1 is 3. So what does it mean that Fretters and Freshwaters, two researchers, came up with the idea about the integration challenge. They came up with the idea that 1 plus 1 equals to 3. They say that what synergy was gained from the additional work of using both qualitative and quantitative methods. And they say that when you combine quantitative and qualitative methods, the whole what you get is more than the sum of its individual components. It is not just 1 plus 1. When you combine it, it is more than 2 or more than 2. That is why they call it as a 3. So they say that when you combine quantitative and qualitative findings, it is more than the individual, more than the sum of individual components. And Fretters and Freshwaters urges all mixed methods researchers to carefully plan their studies with intentional choices on how they can leverage the integration. So whenever we write the protocol itself, we have to be clear that we are making it as 1 plus 1 is equal to 3. That is where we are kind of integrating, the study findings. So it is highly essential that in the planning stage itself, we will come out with how we are going to integrate the study findings. So the last section of the methodology could be ethical consideration. I'm sure that Madam will be giving more details about the ethics information. So ethical considerations include both ethical issues in quantitative and qualitative framework. You should have all the information for participant information sheet, informed consent form. If you have a audio and video recording for your qualitative study, that should be there on the consent form. There should be explicit consent which should be taken for your audio and video recording. If there is a trial as a part of your study, there should be a clinical trial registration that has to be done with the CTRI or the other trial registration bodies and so on. Then coming to the final step. So we have detailed the major steps. Now we'll coming to the final step. There should be a section on discussion and limitations, where even in the protocol, it is good to have a section on discussion and limitations, where we will support the findings proposal with the literature, highlight the significance of your study, and discuss the implications and limitations. If there are some limitations, if you're not able to do something, it is always better than somebody is finding and finding it as a fault. It is always better to acknowledge the limitations on your protocol itself. Okay, and the timeline, always develop a framework like this, and when a Gantt chart like this, and mention that when are you going to achieve all that stages. And with mixed method study, it would be severely time taking. It may not be going as easy as a very straightforward as a how you plan a clinical trial or a qualitative study. So give enough time for all the components of your study. And the budget and funding, whenever we are making a budget, we will be just like 5 points we will write and put some amount and then kind of finish it off. But when you are doing a mixed method studies are being funded a lot by all these national and international agencies. So if you're doing it as a part of your PhD, please try to get it funded. I'm sure that Dr. Biju sir's study was funded by ICMR for around 20 lakhs or so, because it's a mixed method study and it has got lots of opportunities. So please kind of give your proposals for your funding opportunities, and always write the budget for every year and have all these sections like data collection, contingencies, travel, consultations, overhead, software and all. They are happy to fund even the data collectors. If you want to have some data collectors and all, they'll be happy to do it, but add a justification on why you need that money. That is very essential. So just this is one area we can develop as nurse researchers on how to write a good budget for your study, and try for an institutional funding or else a self-funded project, or using a funding agencies like DBT, ICMR or Sigma Theta 2. They all kind of fund our projects now. And write a good conclusion, concisely summarizes the study and highlight key quantitative and qualitative areas. And the references always follow APA or Harvard style. If you're following APA, the publication manual would be good. And if you are a PhD scholar, consider learning any of these. EndNote, Zotero, or Mendeley. These are referencing softwares. Zotero and Mendeley are free to download from their website, so you can kind of download them. And appendices should have all your quantitative data collection instruments, interview guides, participant information sheets, consent forms, and intervention protocol, and the permission documents. And other points to remember is that include a clear timeline of activities. Always use a schematic representation each time for piloting, revisions, and so on. And any amendments that you do, it is very common that if you are a mixed method study, there will be some or the minor amendments that we have to do after a pilot and all, because there is a whole lot of pragmatic nature in a mixed method study. So if you are making any changes, get it approved by the ethics committee. And this is the most important. If you have one takeaway or two takeaway points from my entire presentation, one could be to make an integration very clear in your protocol. And second thing is to do a peer review of your protocol with methodology experts. Many a times we send our protocol and tools to the expert at the time of tool validation. By that time, you could have reached a lot with your study. And then when it reaches to an expert at that level, they find that there is a whole lot of mismatch with your objectives, the data collection, integration, and so on. But at the time of protocol stage itself, you can send your protocol to 5 experts in your field, or X5, not 5 of your friends who will tell everything is okay and all. So just get it reviewed by real experts in the field of mixed methods. Ask them to critically review your protocol. Their lens, their viewpoint would be really beneficial. So if you are a PhD scholar to do a mixed method study, please do this. This will take your study very smoothly. So this would be one takeaway point from this entire study. So this is a very good protocol which is published in Journal of Advanced Nursing. This is available for all of you in the Padlet, as well as they could have shared it with you. All of you have this study. Okay, can we just quickly go through the study? Just 2 minutes, if you can kind of quickly go through the study and tell me whether they have mentioned a qualitative aim, quantitative aim, and a mixed method aim, or what are the tools that they have used, the quantitative standard, qualitative stand, and what are the major components of your protocol. Just quickly, 2 minutes. If you can scroll through that particular study, that would be really good. So this is the Pelican Home study. So it might be you can just go through the study, but this is a really good example. So they have a qualitative aim, a quantitative aim, and a mixed method aim in the proposal. So the qualitative aim was to explore the parental perspectives in depth concerning their experiences and needs in relation to end-of-life care. Quantitative aim was to, via a questionnaire survey, to explore and describe parental experiences. And mixed method aim was using a multi-level system model. They are using a model, a conceptual framework to elaborate the key factors that influence the end-of-life care. And this is the method section. This is so beautiful. You can, I'll just kind of go through this section. Might be data were collected from January to May 2014 through community care organizations and children hospitals. The study includes approximately 40 to 50 families whose child died in the year 2011 to 2012 due to a cardiological, neurological, or oncological condition and spent at least 21 days at home during a last 4 weeks of life. Qualitative data were collected through semi-structured interviews with parents and analyzed using thematic analysis. Quantitative data about patient characteristics will be obtained from patients' medical charts and parental experiences or needs using a parental questionnaire. appropriate descriptive and inferential statistical methods will be used for data analysis. Very crisp, but they are very clear about their quantitative, qualitative, and mixed methods strands. Okay, and these are some of the sections. There is an entire section on qualitative data analysis and quantitative data analysis. So you can go through this. And whenever you are doing a mixed method study, there is a guideline called as the Grams guideline by O'Catain. So this is a good reporting of a mixed method study. You can use that. Almost all the components I have mentioned in my presentation, if you follow, it is almost in line with the Gram study. And there is a MMAT tool, or the mixed methods appraisal tool. This is a tool for critically appraising the mixed method study. When you're sending a protocol, if you're sending a protocol for publication, if you have a very good protocol, you can publish your protocol, like how we have seen the Pelican Home study, but attach this MMAT along with that. So, they will ask you to fill up the MMAT tool with that, so you can use it. And there are lots of courses and online resources like Coursera. There is a Sage research method section for mixed methods. That is a good resource. There is a website for the Mixed Methods International Research Association you can access. As Madam has already mentioned about the Journal of Mixed Methods Research or International Journal of Multiple Research Approaches, they publish lots of mixed method studies, and the books by Pollitt and Creswell are really good resources for mixed methods research. And if you are kind of really interested in nursing related studies, Journal of Advanced Nursing, Journal of Clinical Nursing, and International Journal of Nursing Studies, these are the three major journals which publish a lot of qualitative mixed method studies. And it is always advisable to search for studies published in these quality journals, like, high quality journals, rather than just going and searching a random paper which was published in any sort of journal. So just go and see these hallmark journals and hallmark papers which are being published in these journals. Okay, then you can use qualitative and quantitative softwares. There is a new web-based application called as DDoS. So there is a student pricing which is around $11 per month, which actually helps us in integrating the findings of quantitative and qualitative stand. If somebody is interested, you can kind of explore that. And the 5 major pitfalls in a mixed method protocol is lack of clarity in design, inadequate justification of design, not detailing the integration of data, vague or incomplete descriptions in methodology, and inconsistent language and terminology. If you can avoid all these 5 points, you will be able to write a superstar protocol. Should have a clear rationale on why mixed methods research. Both phases need to be rigorous enough to draw strong conclusion. Having different approaches make a study a mixed method study. Now the differences between a mixed method and a multi-method approach. Multi-method is no way inferior. So if you feel that your study is multi-method, take a step back, acknowledge that my study is a multi-method study. Integration is an indispensable component of mixed methods research, and proposal should have a logical description of all the methodological aspects. And I will come back to this. Was a pure coincidence that Madam and I had put the same picture. So crafting a good research proposal gives a clear roadmap for mixed methods research. When I say roadmap, always remember the Mangalore railway line and how a clarity can give you a good travel. So poorly crafted mixed methods can be misleading, and it could be, and researchers could be reminiscent of what happened with the 6th blind man. And our aim is to always achieve the bigger picture, and 1 + 1 = 3. That's great. Thank you so much for your patient listening. These are some of my references, and that's my contact details. And that's my, if you scan those QR code, you will be able to access my LinkedIn. And if you can contact me, you can do that. And thank you so much, Madam, and your team for giving me this opportunity to address the gathering. It is always being a pleasure to connected with you all. And it has been a while since I'm at Mangalore, and it was really happy to connect with you all. Most of you are really known to me, and it's always a pleasure. Thank you so much.
Thank you, sir. Floor is open for discussion. Any queries from offline session? Any queries? There is a query from online session. In multi-stage study, is it need more than one quantitative and qualitative components to be inquired?
Yeah, that is actually multi-stage. Am I audible, right? Okay. Multi-stage sampling technique talks about the relationship between subjects in the quantitative strand and qualitative strand. So definitely there'll be two different approaches which is taken in each level of the study.
One more query, like, please explain about triangulation.
Okay, so triangulation is a concept which was there even before the mixed method study came. Triangulation just means that combining. So when we were initially starting with the triangulation, like in a triangulation as an approach, it came like data triangulation when you try to combine two different types of data, or when you try to combine different methods, it used to be called as method triangulation, or when we combine analysis, it used to be called as analysis triangulation and all that thing. But when as mixed methods developed as an initial methodology for a mixed methods research, everything used to be called as a triangulation approach, because earlier studies of mixed methods, they used to call them as, since the two different types of data are being triangulated, they used to call it as a triangulation approach. But currently, the current understanding of what is called as a triangulation is that you will have two components. It will be a quantitative component and a qualitative component, and it involves simultaneous collection of data and integration of data from both the studies. For example, one of the study which I have shown was self-image of patients with head and neck cancers. That was a study done by Shalini J. Nayak in Manipal. So in the study, she has selected patients with head and neck cancers and has quantitatively assess their self-image, and similarly qualitative interviews on how patients with head and neck cancers perceive their self-image. So simultaneous data collection of quantitative and qualitative strands, and then that the type of analysis and interpretation, we combine the findings of both quantitative and qualitative strands. That is called as triangulation approach. Usually triangulation approach will have a similar weightage for both of studies, and triangulation is now being called as convergent approach. Even in later textbook, even the books which are coming now, they call it as a convergent approach.
One more question online. What are the main challenges and best practices for publishing mixed method research, especially for clearly presenting and combining both quantitative and qualitative results?
Okay, so when you a good approach would be, because there is a slight difference in how we write the thesis and when we write the publication. That's the major challenge that we find, because many a times we tend to copy paste a thesis and send it for a publication that may not be that may not yield a fruitful outcome. So what I suggest is that if you are doing a mixed method study, try to see the published articles using the mixed method study. For example, Journal of Advanced Nursing or Journal of Clinical Nursing or International Journal of Nursing Studies has got a different format of how to write the study. So what you can do is you can follow a journal pattern. There is a different guideline for it, and then you can publish it. Or there is that one article which I have already given, that fatigue in coronary heart disease. That's a good sample that they can refer to.
Any queries from offline participants?
Offline participants? Okay.
As of now, there are no questions from the offline participants. First of all, I appreciate the organizing team for inviting such a good resource person. It was like Sanjaya explaining what happens in Kurukshetra to Dhritarashtra. We felt we all were doing a mixed method sitting here. It was crystal clear, so nothing from my side.
Thank you.
So I congratulate Dr. Vishnu. You have knowledge and you are very well explained it, and you have good communication skill. That has to be appreciated.
Thank you so much.
Thanks a lot.
Thank you.
Congratulations. Thank you.
Thanks everyone. Thanks the organizers and every participants. It is very happy to be here, and I'm here if you have any concerns or if anybody is doing a mixed methods research, we can have a discussion. Thank you so much.
I request Chairperson Dr. Reena George to hand over a certificate to the resource person Dr. Vishnu Ranjit. Thank you, ma'am. I request moderator Mrs. Anju Ullas to hand over a certificate to the chairperson, Dr. Reena George. Thank you, ma'am. Now I request Ms. Amisha, Assistant Professor, Department of OBG, Yenepoya Nursing College, to hand over a certificate to the moderator, Mrs. Anju Ullas. Thank you, ma'am. Delegates, lots of great information covered so far. Before we dive into the next section, let's take a break for lunch. Lunch is served in the backside of the hall. We have 2 non-veg counters at the backside of the hall. As well, at the left side, we have 1 veg counter. Kindly proceed to the food counter with your coupons and help yourself. Thank you.
Osmosis is a powerful health learning platform that aims to build a more caring world and is used by millions of learners globally. Our story began with Shiv and Ryan, 2 medical students from Johns Hopkins University who started a crowdsourced question bank. These budding student doctors knew that there had to be a better way to learn medicine more effectively and efficiently. They took leave from medical school to develop a learning platform to help medical students. It turned out that future nurses, PAs, veterinarians, dentists, pharmacists, and so many others, including caregivers and people with health conditions, were also looking for better ways to learn. Medical topics can be complex and difficult to understand. Osmosis's videos improve understanding of difficult concepts by breaking them down into short, digestible videos, helping students learn faster and save time studying. In addition to videos, Osmosis helps learners retain important information longer with thousands of assessment items and evidence-based learning techniques, so the information sticks through classes and board exams. At Osmosis, we believe learning should be fun. Our visual style not only helps communicate difficult concepts by grounding them with visual memory anchors, but it's full of fun characters and engaging animations that foster the joy of learning. Osmosis isn't just about preparing students for that important board exam or acing a course, although that's an awesome side effect. We want to build a community of caring individuals who value lifelong learning. A big part of that is helping clinicians and caregivers remain passionate about what they do, equip them with the important tools they need to be effective in their work, and build core competencies that enhance their connections with the people they interact with. Want to join us in making an impact on health education? Contact us to see how we can partner to build a more caring world.
NAI is not just an organization, it's a journey of care, compassion, selflessness, of sheltering life itself from the womb to its doom, of mind that enables, of hearts that give and hands that serve, of the strength and grit of a fraternity, of offering healing to the world.
I request the volunteers to escort them to the dais. I request all the delegates to be seated. I repeat, delegates kindly be seated.
Hello. Good afternoon, everyone. I am from CBS Medical Publishers and Nursing Next Life. We are releasing a book here called Nursing Research and Statistics.
Thank you all.
Thank you, ma'am. Thank you so much. I would also like to tell you about Nursing Next Life. This is India's first largest digital learning platform for nursing students. In this Nursing Next Life, we have so many different plans available for nursing students related to UG, PG, and those who are aspiring for state level, national level, or international level exams. This is the platform where we cater the requirement and need for all the students. We have two aims with this app. First aim, we are catering to the academic level, like for first year, second year, third year, fourth year students. And second, we have aims for those who are preparing for any exam, any entrance exams. So we are catering for both the students. Now we have one institutional pack also, Nursing Next Life Plan NP. Plan NP means Nursing Procedure Plan. In this procedure plan, we are covering 6 major areas of nursing, along with 285 nursing procedures with the help of simulation videos. And I'm very happy to say that Yenepoya University is equipped with Plan NP, nursing procedure. I request you, all the faculties and all the principal, all the director, madam, please visit to our stall, and we have kiosk model there. If you come to our stall, we have kiosk model, which we have installed in Yenepoya University. So kindly visit us and just have a look. Thank you so much.
Thank you, sir. Let us proceed to the next session on ethical consideration and rigor in mixed method research. I welcome Mrs. Sherin Nithal D'Souza, Moderate and Assistant Professor, Department of Child Health Nursing, to escort the resource person, Dr. Sushma, and Chairperson, Dr. Suja Karkada, to the dais. Over to you, ma'am.
Good afternoon, everyone. Here we have amongst us Dr. Suja Karkada, is the principal at CSI Lambord Memorial College of Nursing, Udupi. She has over 30 years of experience in nursing education with MPhil, PhD from Manipal University. Dr. Karkada has worked in India and abroad, contributing to community health, research and education, mainly Professor and HOD in the Department of Community Health Nursing, Manipal, Ras Al Khaimah University of Health Sciences, UAE, Sultan Qaboos University, Muscat. She has published over 42 papers and has been recognized for her significant contributions to the field. I welcome you, ma'am. Over to you.
Thank you, Sherin. Good afternoon to the esteemed delegates, organizers, and all the guests present here. I'm delighted to be part of this international conference and like to take the opportunity to introduce our resource person for this session on ethical considerations and rigor in mixed method research. Dr. Sushma Kumari Saini, an associate professor at National Institute of Nursing Education, PGI, Chandigarh, is a graduate and a postgraduate from the same College of Nursing and has completed her PhD in 2006. Having 37 years of experience in nursing field, she is holding few positions like Secretary of SPARE, Chapter Secretary of SOMI State Branch Chandigarh, Vice President Nursing Research Forum, Joint Editor of Nursing and Midwifery Research Journal, has 108 publications and cited by 369 authors, presented many papers, and is the invited guest faculty at local, national, and international conferences. She has authored 3 books and author and editors of many chapters in various books. She is a recognized PhD guide under INC National Consortium, worked as project director of Composite Target Intervention Project run by Indian Public Health Association in collaboration with State AIDS Control Society, Chandigarh, for 10 years. Mentored a student for the 2 courses for RN to BSc program at Walden University, United States of America. And Madam has received Outstanding Scientist Award in International Scientist Awards 2020 on Engineering, Science and Medicine on 19th and 20th of December 2020 at Chennai, organized by Professional Association Group of India. With this brief introduction, I present to you Dr. Saini and request Madam to go ahead with her presentation on ethical considerations and rigor in mixed methods research.
Good afternoon, everyone. Hello. Hello. Okay. Good afternoon, everyone. Good afternoon. I'm saying good afternoon twice because I know this is a time when you feel sleepy after lunch. So I hope my talk will keep you awake. So I have been assigned two things to talk about: ethical consideration and rigors in mixed method design. And so since morning, we have been listening about what is mixed method design. I will not waste much time on it, but I will like to talk something about, you all are aware of ethical considerations. You have been, when you are preparing your synopsis, you are making informed written consent, isn't it? And then you patient information sheet, isn't it? Saying that mainly three things are there. And when we talk of ethical consideration, one thing is that we inform the patient that what we are doing through patient information sheet. And second thing is the patient is asked to participate voluntarily, isn't it? We are not forcing him or her. We say that your participation is voluntarily. Then we are not hiding anything. Confidentiality, whatever the information is given by the patient or the participant, that is kept confidential. And we are not hiding, we are not sharing that information with anyone. Even if we want to share, it is shared anonymously. Name is not there. Patient's name is not, and it is information is only what you say, used for research purpose, isn't it? And the most important thing is the risk, whatever the risk of study is, that should be lesser than the benefit given by the study, isn't it? So risk should overweigh the benefit. So these are the important things for any ethics. So, and you have been doing qualitative studies separately, quantitative studies separately, and taking care of these risks. But in this today's session, we are going to learn how the mixed method study ethics are different. I will talk rigors later. First, I will talk only about ethics. And why the ethics are important, because there had been many ethical things going on in many years back. Like you must have heard about Nazi experiment, Willowbrook experiment, where the prisoners Nazi, the prisoners and the Red Indians, and they were given what you say, and the syphilis experiment. These three things, three very important experiment, where the prisoners were given the syphilis, they were infected with syphilis to see the natural history of syphilis. And in Willowbrook experiment, the children with low IQ, the Willowbrook is a school for low IQ children or mentally retarded children. They were infected with hepatitis virus because the scientists wanted to see that if the extract of that virus is taken and vaccine can be made out of that or not. But they had made to suffer and no benefit to them. And for this syphilis experiment, the penicillin had come, which is the short treatment for syphilis. And these patients who were suffering with, who were made to suffer with syphilis, they were not given penicillin. And they were not infected only themselves, but their families, their children, their wives, their children, they were also infected with syphilis. Now, so these three experiments led the scientists to think that this kind of unethical work will not continue and something has to be done. Then only the ethical principles came. That is Balmore ethical principle and many. I will not go in detail of these things. I just wanted to relate this, that why the ethics are important. I will only tell about how it is different in mixed method. But what are detailed principles and all, these what but the only the all these principles, whatever the ethical principles are coming, they have talked on only these four things. Informed consent, isn't it? Then you are not, your benefit should be more than the harm. Harm should, the study should not harm. The benefit should be more. If you think that the study is harming the participant, you have to cancel that study, isn't it? Cancel then and there. Then patient's own voluntary, that if the patient want, he can enroll. If the patient doesn't want, he can anytime quit the study without no benefits will be taken from the participant. Whatever benefit he has to get from your institute, even if he is part of your experiment or not, he will be getting the same benefits, isn't it? So these are the basic ethical principles which are true for everywhere, isn't it? So since morning we are talking about these three studies, like mixed method study and qualitative and quantitative, and we mix them together and integrate them together, not mix, integrate them together. Then it becomes mixed method study, isn't it? Please, I did something. Yes. Yeah. So you all are aware of qualitative studies, and then since morning we have been that it is qualitative means it's a massive analysis, unique online capability, type and issues of question. There is a flexibility in design, and it is long time. You are exploring the ideas, isn't it? It's in-depth interview, focus group discussion. You try to explore maybe the lived experiences, maybe the you want to explore something, isn't it? And in quantitative, it is very rigorous. You have to quantify problem, random sampling, reducing reasoning, objective-based research, systematic operation, advanced statistical analysis, numerical, mainly talking about numbers. And the qualitative is talking about words, the main difference. And the mixed method, it is integrating both. Some part we have been listening this, sometime qualitative is first, sometime quantitative is first, sometime they are concurrent, sometime embedded, isn't it? So that all is about this. And there are few, I was thinking of discussing these questions, but since morning, both the speakers have already discussed many questions which were the qualitative, this mixed method study. So I'm just skipping this. So let's come to the main topic, that is ethical issues in mixed method research. So we are discussing under three perspective: participant perspective, researcher perspective, and institution review board perspective, the ethical principles. So if I talk about the researcher perspective, what the researcher has to do. So the researcher has to focus, he has to explain the risk for the subjects of the participant. Because risk, you say that it has to be, even if it is a qualitative, even if it is quantitative, you have to explain the risk. But when it is mixed method study, so the participant is, you have more interaction with the participant. Maybe you have to track the participant. First you finish qualitative, then again you track for the quantitative, isn't it? So you have to collect information for longer duration. And when you are explaining the participant that what the study is, you have to take extra effort to explain. So the participant may say that, see, you told me that you will collect the data, and then and I have given you the data, whatever you said. Now you have again come to me to have more data. How it goes on? So it is a, what you say, really challenge to the consent has become a challenge. Like what information you are giving to participant and how you are explaining to the participant, isn't it? And we talk about the anonymity many a time in quantitative and qualitative. If the single study, it is very easy. We say that don't write your name, don't reveal your name, but or your address, you may not reveal. But when it is mixed method study, we have to track the participant. So it becomes very difficult that we say the participant not to reveal and address and name, because we have to track him. Otherwise, how we will track, isn't it? So though explaining those things, that even if we know your name and address, we will be utilizing it only for research purpose, not for any other purpose. Then the data collection is very complex. There are multiple sources of data collection. You may do survey, interviews, observation, and maybe secondary data, isn't it? And the interviews are in-depth interviews, maybe sometime focus group discussion also. And every method has its own ethical concerns, isn't it? So as we discussed, the informed consent, every method, if you are doing survey, there is a different ethical concern. Only you have got the information, you may say, okay, you don't tell me your name, I just want to get this information whether you have this problem or not, isn't it? It's a very simple. But when you do interviews, qualitative interviews, in-depth interviews, focus group discussion, then you need to record it. So consent is to be taken for the recording also. So it is really challenging when you want to take informed consent and you are talking about the confidentiality of data and data handling, that how you will be maintain the confidentiality. So both type of data differently you have to explain to the participant. And if I talk just about the informed consent, it must address like what scientific procedure you are doing under quantitative study. Is there any time commitment? And if you are doing the qualitative study about the recording of your interviews and FGDs, so you have to explain all this. And if it is sequential versus concurrent studies, so in this concurrent studies, maybe the time duration is not much. At similar time, you are collecting the same information. but qualitative also and quantitative. But if it is a concurrent study, maybe you finish phase first, and then again you go back to the participant for the phase 2. So your contact will be for the longer duration, and then you have to take ethical consent accordingly. Then integration of data. When we are doing integration of data, like what you say, the qualitative and quantitative data, so we have to look for confidentiality and anonymity, because simply taking one type of study, we can talk of anonymity. We may say, don't you tell your address. But here, when we are doing mixed method studies, repeated contacts, so maintaining confidentiality can be more challenging, isn't it? We have to assure the participant, like, your data will be confidential and we will not share it with anyone, especially when the integrating qualitative narrating with the qualitative data. So now you're mixing two, you are integrating, I'm not mixing, integrating two kind of data. So is it the meaning which is being drawn by integrating two kind of data, is it same, or we are coming to different meaning? And researcher must ensure that participants cannot be identified through combined data sets. And we are that in their interviews, in their voice recording is there, and then their addresses are there, their diagnoses are there, isn't it? And when we are integrating data, then we have to take, integration is not only by one researcher, no. Coding you can do, one researcher can do, but when integration is done, you may have to take the help of other researchers as well, isn't it? So in that process, you may not leak the confidentiality. You have to be very, very careful in that regard. Then data triangulation. While data triangulation can strengthen the study validity, the research must handle the discrepancy between qualitative and quantitative findings. Sometimes what happens, the qualitative and quantitative study findings are different. So in that stage, it is very important that how you handle these discrepancy. You may need to go to the participant again and again to confirm certain things, isn't it? As in qualitative, we confirmability. Like we go to participant again to confirm that was the information given by you had the same meaning as I'm interpreting, or it has different meaning. And when these two type of data don't match with each other, then it becomes even more difficult, even more challenging from ethical point of view, because you have to again and again go back to the participant and confirm the information. And then only you can address the conflicts and without misinterpreting data. Then cultural sensitivity, isn't it? So when mixing the method, researcher might against in diverse population, and diverse population have different culture, different norms, different values, and you have to respect each community's values, their respect them. You have to see that you don't talk anything which culturally sensitive, which the people don't accept in their culture, isn't it? So all the culture have different ways of responding, isn't it? Just take an example of the caring mother and children, and especially the taking care of mother during postnatal period. Every culture has different way of caring the mother during postnatal period. In every culture, the diet given to mother is different. And if I talk about my area, Punjab, North area, we give so much of ghee mixed with nuts. And if I talk of northeastern area, they feed lot of chicken and non-veg food. Whereas in northern, we say that during the postnatal period, non-veg should not be given. But they are giving so much of non-veg. So when you are talking to them or taking information, as a researcher, you may not instill your findings there, your views or your culturally competent care and the data collection in a very culturally sensitive way, that you don't what you say don't talk anything which becomes very sensitive to them. Then when you are interpreting and reporting at that time, there when we are interpreting and reporting, we know that there should be no bias, and the data should be very objective, and objectivity of data should not be lost. So the researcher must be vigilant about the biases that may arise from the interplay of qualitative and quantitative, because quantitative is the kind of data which yes, no, or many times tick mark, isn't it? And many a times the participant, what they do, unknowingly just putting the ticks and even not filling themselves. If you give questionnaire, many a time they will tell somebody else, okay, put tick somewhere. So in that case, the data is not exactly the meaning of data is not exactly the same which the way the patient feels. But when you collect qualitative data, so qualitative data, you spend time with the person, you have in-depth interviews, focus group discussions. So there are less chances of a wrong data. The data is always, most of the time, correct in the qualitative, because you are spending a lot of time. You are having in-depth interview, questions out of questions, and whatever information is coming, that is true. So in that case, what happened? There is conflict. Qualitative data is telling something else, which is the true picture. Quantitative data, if not taken properly, if the patient has just just for the sake of putting take or the socially acceptable answers, because in the quantitative, there are chances that you get socially acceptable answers, isn't it? So in that case, there will be conflict in both kind of data. So when the researcher is integrating, so there can be what you say uh, the difference, and the ethically the reporting very truthfully. If there is contradiction, then the researcher has to go back to the participant and confirm that which data is correct, and then only the interplay will be there, which will be consume lots of time, because in qualitative data also be confirmed. If we have a doubt on any interpretation of theme, we go back to the participant. But when two kind of data don't match, then it becomes even more important that you go back to the participant and collect the information. Maybe that gives irritation to the participant, and ethically the participant may say, oh, you said you will come 3 times or 4 times, you are coming again and again and talking the same thing which I have already informed. So those kind of things are there which you have to follow. Then participant voice, especially in the qualitative part, and when you are integrating the qualitative data, you see that the participant, what the participant actually want to say in qualitative, what is the actual voice of participant, that should not be overshadowed by the quantitative data. It should, while integrating with the quantitative data, you say that whatever the participant has to say in the qualitative analysis, that is also, its integrity is kept up to that level, that voice is not merged or the submissive with the submerged with the qualitative data. So that we have to take into consideration. Then there are certain tips for the researcher, like prepare a comprehensive research protocol, figure or timeline prior to working on application, and submit with the ethical review application. Keep language and description in plain language as simple as possible to assess the subject risk at correct review level, that is what all is exempted, and what is the full review of it, and how the work can be speed up. So all these things should be explained in detail in the language which person can understand. In most of the review boards, what they do, they say English as well as Hindi, which is the national language, and the regional language. So the consent should be in 3 languages: English, Hindi, and then whatever the regional language is there. You have to write in all the 3 languages and then attach so that the patient can understand whatever the language patient understands, that the patient can understand. Estimate on high side of number of participants needed in qualitative collection. है ना? Means whatever your calculation is telling, you keep the higher side number, because there may be some attrition on the way, because you have to have many collaborations and tracking the participant may leave the place and attrition is there. And in quantitative also, once you feel the data is saturated, still you should take 2 to 3 more interviews after getting the saturation of data. Then reminders, modifications are likely. There are modifications, so the researcher has to plan very much advance that what all modification could be. Then another part is what ethical principle from participant perspective. But the participant, what we want the participants. So follow-up contact may require more time if they are not. So we have to explain the participant should know that if you are having 4 contact, don't tell 4, tell more than 4. So that the participant is prepared, like minimum 4, it could be 5 or 6 if we require. Risk of participant may be greater if involved in legal, social, undesirable topic. For example, you are talking about some very personal questions, like they're very intimate questions when you start asking. Relationship with the partner, relationship with the children, relationship with the friends. When you are talking of those kind of questions, and or their like their sexual life and other kind of question, then there are chances that while there is a breach in the confidentiality. So that you have to you as a researcher, you should be careful, and you have to ensure and make the participant understand that this kind of confidential information will not be leaked. You will be keeping it very, very confidential. Then informed consent is more complex. We have already discussed about that. And it is for the harder for the researcher to explain and harder for the participant to comprehend. And so it should be taken with care. So participant engagements and empowerment, the role of participant in qualitative study often, because the qualitative study is shaped by the participant. Whatever the participants say, accordingly theme will be generated, some theme will be generated, and all the qualitative studies are mainly shaped by the participant. And in mixed method study, it has to be balanced with the quantitative data, isn't it? So it is more structured quantitative data you are adding into the kind of qualitative study which is shaped by the participants. So ethically, it is challenging that you should be very, very careful, like whatever shape of the study or the themes have been generated by the participants, it should not be overshadowed with the structured quantitative data. Then feedback and dissemination. The participant has every right that they should be taken feedback, and if there is some test is done on them, inform them about the results of those tests, and ensuring that their voice are heard, especially when you are talking about women abuse, child abuse, so these kind of, when you are these kind of sensitive topics when you are talking about, and they think that whatever we are having, we are in problem, and whatever we are talking to, our voices will be heard. So that becomes very important. You make sure that when you make a report, you will highlight those problems which they are explaining, and make their voices heard. And researchers should consider that how both qualitative and quantitative data is communicated to to the participant. What is important information participant need to know, that must be communicated to the participant. So the third part is the institutional review board. What the institution review board should do extra in this. So responsibility is evaluation of human subject risk. So they should understand that why exploring this particular topic needs mixed method research only. Is it essential that they should do mixed method research, or it can be done only with the qualitative or quantitative? So they have to review that actually the mixed method research is required, or just as Mr. Vishnu was talking about, like everyone is doing, so I will also do, whether my research required mixed method or not. So it's the responsibility of review board that they have to see that this kind of research problem it is necessary to do mixed method research. Then only they should give permission to do that, because what kind of multiple methods are these multiple methods are necessary to give the answer to that question. So, so the ethical review board, they required the very comprehensive review process. They have to go through the methodology and talk of the full scope and very carefully taken care, and then giving permission for that. Because, and not only once the permission is given, the another difference is ongoing ethical monitoring. Once the permission is given, that should not be enough. The ethical review board should be doing online ethical monitoring. They may tell the participant, the researcher, to report in between once the one phase is over and second phase is started, and when integration process is going on. So it may be necessary that they the information is to be, or the researcher need to report to the review board at different stages of the experiment. Then practical consideration, resources allocation, because it needs more time, more resources, more time. And because two methods are observed, two methods are integrated, so more time, more resources. So ethically, the researcher must ensure that they have the adequate support to conduct the study without compromising the ethical standards. Then training and expertise. Sometimes it happens that researcher is trained in either qualitative or quantitative. And when one person may be very good in qualitative, but may not be that good in quantitative. Some researcher may be very good in quantitative and may not be that good in qualitative. So here mixed method, they have to understand that how they need to address the complexity of both, especially the ethical complexity, while conducting the study and while integrating the results. So at every stage, the researcher should see that they take care of, they ethically, they see that everything goes on. Nothing is ethically wrong is done. So these are, to summarize the ethical consideration, these four things: informed consent, data analysis, participant role, and ethical review. So complex in quantitative and qualitative, there is only the standardized way of giving the consent, but in mixed method research, it's complex because you have to explain both. Data analysis require very careful integration, whereas in quantitative there are the strict statistical method, and in qualitative you have interpretive requiring transparencies of presentation. Participant role, it is balancing active participant role with structured data collection. Whereas in because two types of data, one type where in quantitative it is participants less engagement, it is usually very structured kind of data. And in qualitative, the participants shape the whole research. And in mixed method research, it is the combination of both. The shaping is the shaping of research is by the participant, and then mixing it with the quantitative data. And so we say that the essence of qualitative research does not go off by integrating it with the qualitative data. Ethical review board, but they have to be very comprehensive due to diverse method in mixed method research. So the framework, mixed method research, they have to be they have to be adhere to the ethical guideline such as Belmont report principle or ethical guidelines given by Institute Review Board, like respecting the person, beneficence, and justice. And researchers should also consult the specific ethical framework which is applicable to their own discipline, because every discipline, let it be where the humans are concerned, where animals are concerned, where the plants are concerned. So every discipline has their own ethical principles. So along with taking care of research principle, researchers should also take care of the ethical principles of that principle under subject under which he is taking study. And mixed methodology is to ensure comprehensive ethical consideration. So to summarize, the ethical consideration in method study require understanding of both qualitative and quantitative ethics. Researcher must carefully plan, implement, monitor the studies to address the complex ethical challenges inherent in the integration of different kind of approaches, and balancing these considerations ensure that mixed method studies are conducted ethically and contribute valuable insight in the field wherever you are conducting the study. You add some valuable information in that field. So this is the first part of my presentation. So you can write the questions if you have something about ethical, and by the end we will take up the question in both. So the second part is the rigors. I think this is a sleeping time. Can anybody just talk about what the rigor, meaning of rigor? Anyone? Like whatever information we are collecting, it's true. Truthful information and the right kind of information, isn't it? So that is rigor. So we have different type of rigors in both methods. Like in quantitative method, we talk of validity and reliability. Validity, construct validity, external validity, internal validity, and reliability. In qualitative, dependability, transferability, confirmability, and credibility. I will explain these terms also later on, but these are the rigors. But in mixed method study, you have to combine both, isn't it? Credibility in qualitative study is like internal validity in quantitative study, where it is the degree to which inferences are made the researcher, whatever inferences are made that are accurate, that are valid, isn't it? So that is the meaning of credibility and internal validity. External validity or the transferability in qualitative, and generalization or external validity in quantitative. It talks about generalization, like whatever finding you are generalizing to the to the population. So up to what extent these results can be generalized to which kind of population. So whatever result your studies, how much generalization can be done. And dependability is like reliability. Reliability, you see that again and again when you collect the data, the results are same. If the two different researchers are collecting the data, same results are come. With two different tools you are collecting, same results will come. That is reliability, no? In quantitative. And dependability, like whatever information qualitatively you have collected, you can depend upon, or you can say that it is the true information, isn't it? So consistency, and again if you go back, similar kind of information you will get. And if something you have doubts that this is the meaning, and then you go back to the participant to confirm that is it the same thing you said and it has the same meaning, isn't it? So then you confirm it. So it is called like your consistency of the data collection and interpretation and analysis. Like whatever the information you are getting, it is similar every time you go, it is the similar information. And then conformability and objectivity. Objectivity in qualitative means anyone collect the information by using this tool, it will be the same. That is what objectivity is. For example, if this particular room, I say how clean this room is. If I send the 5 people to say, just go and see this, how clean this room is. One person say, oh, it's very clean. Another one say, not very clean really. Third may say, oh, very filthy room. So whatever you are talking about the cleanliness is this room, it is your subjective feeling. What subjective perception of cleanliness you have in your mind, isn't it? So it's not the objective feeling or the objective observation. Objective observation is there when I make a list. I say you have to check the cleanliness of room. I make a 10-point list, whether there is cobwebs on the wall, whether there is a littering on the floor, the chairs are systematically placed in the line, isn't it? All these, what you say, the colleen and all, they are not torn from anywhere. So I put the 10 points. So I give it to anyone, everyone will come with the same result, because now I have an objective criteria. So this objectivity is maintained in the qualitative research, quantitative research, and qualitative research, we say conformability. We confirm that whatever information was given, it is same. And which we are thinking of the meaning, it is same. So conformability and objectivity is similar. So when we are achieving the rigors in the mixed method research, so how we can ensure? We have to ensure the quality of data, credibility of data, and integration of data of qualitative and quantitative component. So achieving rigor in mixed method point has these 5 things. How we can ensure these 3 things: quality, credibility, and integration. For that, we have to undergo these 5 points. These 5 points are integration, transparency, member checking, peer debriefing, and interactive process. These 5 points are there. So what about the integration of data? Dr. Vishnu has talked lot of like how the data should be integrated. So effective integration is crucial, and that because we have done the triangulation using multiple method and multiple sources, and then we are cross-checking it. So each method's rigor we has to check. If it is quantitative, we have to check the validity and reliability. If it is qualitative, we have to check the conformability, trustworthiness, dependability, and everything, isn't it? And when we are mixing, when we say that after mixing, whatever the results are coming, is it, can we depend on those results, or we have to go back and check it with the participants? So it is to ensure that the result, whatever we are getting, those are consistent and reliable. We can rely on those results. If anywhere we think there is some discrepancy, we have to go back to the participants to confirm it. Convergence, ensuring that finding from qualitative and quantitative data support each other, then integration will be very good. If both findings are supporting each other. But if there are conflicting results, qualitative is talking different quantitative, then the problem comes in the integration. And then you have to have confirmed the data, go back, then you may need to go back to the participant to confirm the data. Complementary, using qualitative data to explain quantitative finding, or vice versa. It is complementary, and if they support, the both finding support, it is really very good, and the integration will be very good. But if there is some conflicting result, then you have to think over, then that is the rigor. And there you have to what you say, put the special effort, like how if these two, both the results are conflicting, then you have to say that where is the problem, in qualitative or quantitative, and go back and confirm again. Maybe you take the qualitative sheet to few patients and say, then if they have put just tick, just tick, and they may be in different mood, now they will be giving the different result. So that means the reliability is not there in the data. You have to look into that where the problem had come up, isn't it? So then transparency in reporting, clear and detailed reporting of research process, then enhance transparency and their application. So this include, you give the methodological justification and a very, what you say, elaborative methodology you have to write. Then only the replication will be possible. If somebody wants to replicate your study, that is only possible if you give your detailed methodology explaining why the mixed method research was chosen, and how you have addressed the questions, and the detail of your all the tools, the qualitative, quantitative, and how the things were, how the methodology was undertaken, detail of that. Then audit trail. Audit trail is a record of the research process, including when you are going to data collection. When you are going for data collection, whatever data you are collected, that you are collecting with the tools, but you have to have some diary in your hand where you write important observations, important points. That is audit trails, like you, that will help when you are doing your analysis, decision, and integrating. Like at that time, in that particular house, the people were very much disturbed. They were not having enough time. With great difficulty you could collect data. Then you can think of, yes, I have written this, that means there could be some, that data may not be proper, because at that time the whole all the participants were disturbed in that. So your diary will help you in that way, isn't it? So that is very important. Reflexibility, that is the researcher's role or the on potential biases that can, that may have, when they are document, and when, then the reflexibility, like what is the researcher's background, knowledge, methodology. So the researcher's own background, his own knowledge, that may be bias. So when you are writing, you have to reflect back and think about that, what you have written, is it congruent with the literature, or you are just writing with your own knowledge. So it signifies the knowledge of researcher about himself and the participant, or preconceived notions. Sometimes researcher has own preconceived notions, and whatever is not listening to the participant, his own ideas he keeps on adding. So he has to reflect back whether the participant said the same, or he or she thought that participant has said this. Has he put his own notion in between, which has interfered with this data analysis and interpretation? And what extent researchers have neutralizes his own interest, his biases, and motivated to have a very fair reporting, whatever the whatever is coming out of data. Then member checking. Member checking is something very important. It is sharing the finding with the participant. It is when there is a discrepancy, you doubt the accuracy of data, then you go back to participate as well and check whether the data has same meaning what they said. So that is what called the member checking, and it enhances the credibility of data. Peer debriefing is with your fellow researchers. You whatever when you write the conclusion, you interpret the data, you have taken out the themes and something out of qualitative research, and then integrating the data, you give it to the researcher who is not aware of your research project, who has not participated in your research study. And your co-researchers have done it, everything completed. Now you give somebody who is not concerned with your project, and Ask whether the same meaning is coming out, because sometimes you get so much saturated by listening same thing again and again, writing same thing again and again. So you may not be interpret the way it is. So outside person, so as he's not what you say aware of what the data is, so he will see in a very objective manner. And if his findings does not match with your finding, then you have to see the data again and interpret it again, that what the different findings you have, you know. So that is what the peer, so peer may give the competing interpretation. He addressed the question of bias, convergence between data and phenomena he may do in a different way, isn't it? Error, he may find out the errors, and even the themes which you have emerged, it may be changed after the peer interpretation, isn't it? Then iterative process means you refine, it is refining. And once everything is done, then you just refine, adjusting questions based on the preliminary finding, adapting method, that is modifying data collection and analysis technique as the research progress. If you find that the question, you are not getting the enough answers to the questions, then you may modify your techniques, or enhancing insight, that is providing a more comprehensive understanding of research problem. So it is refining and refining. So to nutshell, how to achieve rigor in mixed method study, that is by sampling technique, use appropriate sampling strategies for both quantitative and qualitative component, so that you ensure that sample size was representative. Less sample size will also not give you the adequate information. So in both, the sample size for quantitative and qualitative should be adequate enough and relevant to answer that research question. Then data collection method, it should employ robust data collection techniques. In quantitative data, you ensure that the data collection is reliable, and validity of your tools are ensured. And for qualitative data, to enhance credibility, use techniques like triangulation, member checking, detailed field notes, and theoretical framework. Ground your research in solid theoretical work to guide the research design. I'm just winding up. And interpret the results. And analyze quantitative and qualitative data separately using appropriate technique, and then integrate the findings to provide the comprehensive understanding. And ethical consideration we have already discussed, so I will not repeat. Methodological rigor, apply rigorous standard to both qualitative and quantitative. And quantitative rigor, ensure validity and reliability. Qualitative rigor, ensure credibility, transferability, dependability, and conformability. So the strategies, nutshell, the strategies are knowledge and experience of data collector. The researcher should have good experience in collecting the data in both type of studies, appropriateness of collection method and research objectives and setting, relationship between data collector and participants, or the documents if you are using secondary data, addressing ethical issues. So advantages are combining two type of data that benefit from both detailed contextualization, insight of qualitative data, generalizable, externally valid insight of quantitative data, and strength of one type of data often mitigate the weakness of other type of data. So quantitative studies, they struggle to incorporate the lived experiences of participant with the quantitative data. And in the qualitative studies, they often, when they are not generalizable, they only reflect the experiences of participant. Adding quantitative data can validate and qualitate the findings. So that is the benefits. I think I should. The challenges are workload. And two kind of studies, so much of workload, and collecting, analyzing, synthesizing two type of data, lots of time and efforts. And when there are conflicting results, then finding the what is the exact results are very difficult. Okay. Actually, I just wanted to, this I will just run. You know the rigors in quantitative, it is validity. You all understand validity, face validity, content validity, construct validity, and then then reliability, that is homogeneity, equivalence, and stability. In quantitative, the trustworthiness, where it is credibility, transferability, dependability, confirmability, and authenticity. So these are the rigors separately which need to be mixed. So this credibility is internal validity, which is expressed by prolonged engagement, because you have to be more time with the participant. And random, actually this is to understand a negative case analysis, is it is refining the hypothesis until all the cases are addressed within the data. If anywhere you find the information is not good, is conflicting, you go back and again see, then only the it is basically done in the qualitative. For the investigator, they may revisit the data again and be sure that construct, explain all instances and phenomena involved. Debriefing session, these are the session with researchers, supervisors, and other researchers which are not the part of your study. Peer So for ascertaining the credibility, you have to see the background, qualification, and experience of a researcher. They are well versed in doing both kind of studies. Member checking is going back to the participant and checking and examining the studies of previous finding, whether they have given the same finding which we are getting. And transferability is the external validity, that is the generalization of result. Degree of similarity between research site participant and other, the finding could be statistically applied to similar situation under the study. And it is demonstrated by thick description. Thick descriptions are actually the field notes, especially applicable to the qualitative research. When you are going to collect the qualitative data, whatever information you are recording through the audio or video, apart from that, you are writing the field note, important findings there, or the important observations, that are called the thick, thick descriptions. And reporting of information for judgment about transferability, and that is the joint responsibility of researcher and consumer. So if anything wrong, you found the conflicting, so you go back to the participant and they should not hesitate in telling you the true information. And dependability is reliability, like you rely on data. And confirmability can be done by audit trails, that is what you have talked to the participant plus what you have added to the through field notes. And reflexibility we have already discussed. And last is authenticity. So final element which is recently added in the qualitative field, that is the authenticity. It focuses on contextual purpose of research and identifying the intended value of underlying research. Or about it is also about the benefit of researcher to participant and realities which are represented to give meaning to the findings. So this is the checklist. You have seen this kind of checklist. For the quantitative research, usually qualitative research, we do not have any checklist. For quantitative, this kind of checklist. And this kind of checklist we can have for the mixed method. Like is it the basic definition of mixed method provided? All the reasons for using both quantitative, qualitative data provided. Does the reader have the sense of potential use of this? Have you identified the criteria for choosing mixed method? Is the specific mixed method design identified or explained? Have you presented the visual model to illustrate the research strategy? Are the procedures of data collection and analysis are clearly outlined? Are specific analysis procedures are explained? Are procedures for validation and trustworthiness are explained? Have you synthesized your studies quantitative and qualitative finding and integrated this synthesis within the theoretical and conceptual framework? है ना? So to conclude, achieving rigor in mixed method design required careful planning, transparent reporting, adherence to ethical standards by focusing on integration of data, methodological rigor, and ethical consideration. And researcher can produce high quality, reliable, and actionable insight. So thank you
Thank you, madam,
Thank
for
you so
that
much.
wonderful presentation and an elaborate presentation. I understand that there are no questions from the online viewers. If there are any questions from the audience, it's most welcome.
Sorry, actually two topics were there, so
Thank you very much. Thank you very much,
Thank you,
madam,
ma'am.
for the session. And we conclude the topic here.
I now request the chairperson, Dr. Suja Karkada, to hand over a certificate to the resource person, Dr. Sushma Kumari Sayan. Thank you, ma'am. I request the moderator, Mrs. Sharon Neethal D'Souza, to hand over the certificate to the chairperson, Dr. Suja Karkada. Thank you, ma'am. I request Mr. Subin, Assistant Professor, Department of Mental Health Nursing, Yenepoya Nursing College, to hand over the certificate to the moderator, Mrs. Sharon Neethal D'Souza.
Thank you, sir. Let us proceed to the last session of the day, Foundations of Quantitative Analysis, Understanding the Essentials. I welcome Professor Shashi Kumar, Moderator and HOD Department of Nursing Foundation, to escort the resource person, Dr. Richard Kiruban, and Chairperson, Dr. Blessy Prabha, to the dais. Over to you, sir.
Thank you, Pavitra. Good afternoon to all. It's my immense pleasure to be the moderator for this session. And also, I am delighted to introduce the chairperson of this session, that is Dr. Blessy Prabha Vaslaraj, Assistant Professor, Department of Community and Mental Health Nursing, Sultan Qaboos University, Oman. To tell about Madam has completed MSc Nursing from Father Mullah's College of Nursing and also PhD from Manipal University, Manipal College of Nursing. Madam has worked in several designated positions and presently she is working as an assistant professor, Department of Community and Mental Health Nursing and Mental Health College of Nursing, Sultan Qaboos University, Oman. Madam has completed multiple certificate courses and also have many additional qualifications to her credit. She has published 45 papers in highly indexed journals and also published a textbook and contributed to chapters. She's having a 23 years of UG experience and as well as a 13 years of PG experience. She's a member of several professional organizations. Ma'am, I welcome you and request you to the chair the session. Over to you, ma'am.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you for the kind introduction. It's my honor and proud privilege
to introduce the speaker, Dr. Richard Kripagaran, to the August gathering. Dr. Richard is currently working as lead epidemiologist in 3 analytics, and he is director, Center of Biostatistics and Evidence-Based Medicine, Vellore, India. And he has honored adorned many previous positions such as list a few research scientist biostatistics with the Cochrane South Asia and Professor BBMC providing statistical support for all projects at the center, and conducted many workshops and evidence at on evidence-based medicine. He has co-chaired the abstract and workshop committee and was a member of the organizing committee of 22nd Cochrane Colloquium hosted by the South Asian Cochrane Center. He has numerous other positions also he has adorned, such as associate section editor for systematic reviews with the Indian Journal of Gastroenterology, co-PI for WHO Commission systematic reviews on the prevention and treatment of wasting, etc. He has a lot of academic qualification from basically in statistics, such as bachelor's and masters of science in statistics, and also interestingly masters of science in applied psychology, adding to his credit. And he has proficiency in numerous packages, statistical packages, systematic review and meta-analysis tools, reference management tools such as Sotero, EndNote, Research Rabbit, etc. And guidelines, other tools such as technical tools, such as guidelines development tools and other office tools. He has vast teaching experience. He has taught statistics and epidemiology to students of medicine, nursing, and allied health courses at various institutions. And also he was faculty for the workshop of Cochrane Systematic Reviews hosted by South Asian Cochrane Center. So he has attended many short courses. Specifically, he has focused on his area of interest and passion, that is biostatistics and analytical areas, that is from India and abroad. And he has numerous publications, that is more than 100 scientific articles, reviews, and meta-analysis in high-impacted index journals. And he has also contributed significantly to the fields of biostatistics, epidemiology, and evidence-based medicine. His citations are beyond 3,500 and H index is 27. Dr. Richard Kripagaran brings a wealth of experience and expertise in the quantitative analysis and evidence-based medicine, and he is the right resource person the organizers has brought in here, and I congratulate them on this effort and present the August gathering, Dr. Richard Kripagaran, on the session Foundations of Quantitative Analysis, Understanding the Essentials. Over to you.
Sliders there. Huh?
Okay. Thank you very much for inviting me here. I think I don't want to just do it more of like a true conference session. It's going to be a little difficult for us to understand the statistics when I talk from there. Okay, and especially in the afternoon, it's much more difficult for me to convey what I wanted to say. So therefore, I'm going to stand here, and this session is more about interaction. Okay, not just kind of assume like it is a conference session, like not a lecture. Okay, just keep that in mind. And okay, I'll just begin by posting this question. Can you spend little time and then see what we are trying to address here? Yes, Red? All right. So now we are going to find an answer for this question. How should we find an answer? Been talking about mixed method research. Been talking from the morning, right? So how do we find an answer to this question? What shall we do? Remember, my talk is going to have always a two options. Just keep that in mind. Okay. How do we get an answer for this question? Little bit to discuss. It's not just like conference. I'm standing there and you're listening to me. Do an RCT. Madam is saying that you all are doing learning research now, attending a conference on research. You must do a research, right? I told you that I'm going to give you two options. Okay, if you got to find either one option that you'd go and perform a study. Even if you perform a study, what is the first step? I have to find what is available first. We cannot jump directly into a swimming pool to swim. You have to know swimming, right? Only then you can be bold enough to jump. Similarly, before you jump onto any research that you want to do, the first step is to know what has already been available in the research. Okay, that is the first step. Now, I did the same thing. I went and searched for a literature. Okay, where will you find literature? Where will you find? We are living in a world of AI now. How do you access information? Google? How many of you say Google? All of you use Google? How many of you use it Chat GPT? Only few. You have to change. Things are evolving very fast, right? You should use all the latest technology which can help you to find information. Either you can ask GPT or there is another tool called Perplexity. How many of you heard about this? If you have your mobiles, please open up your mobile, do a search for Perplexity or make a note in your paper. There is a Perplexity, which is a tool which is developed by an Indian guy. It is with Chat GPT. Okay. And some people are saying that it is going to replace Google. Why? Because what Google is trying to provide you, it is going you 15,000 page information. Every page has got multiple websites. I should go and investigate in the website whether the information is present or not. I'm not getting a direct answer. Whereas Perplexity gives you a direct answer to a question. Okay, therefore, the way that people interact with the system is changing. And therefore, you are wanted a speed answer, not to do more investigation, try to just jump and get an answer directly. Okay. But whenever we talk about research, it is not just finding an answer. It is about finding the right resources. Understand? It is not about just an answer that you are getting. It is about the right data that you are trying to find. So what is the article published for this particular study? Can you recognize that? 2023, which is the latest information. Which journal it is got published? Lancet. Okay, which means it could be a possibly authenticated information, valid data published recently. Okay, what they are trying to do here? Can you read the title and see? It is exactly trying to answer our question. Yes, but there is also an additional point in the title. What does that says? low and middle income status, and also one more important aspect in the title, systematic review and meta-analysis. Okay, when you try to look for information, seek information, it is not about randomly selecting information, right? You should try to find the highest level of data which can give you a right information. Therefore, I'm selecting a systematic review and meta-analysis, which is the highest level of evidence. Okay, now if you pay attention to this, it is going to tell me that how many studies that they found to answer this question. We're able to find from the 27 studies have been, or 26 studies have been identified from this study that they have done. So which means that if you want to make a conclusion by going through all the 26 studies, how much time that you're going to spend? You're going to spend your PhD time, 5 years, right? So that is the importance of identifying the right information. Okay. Now, what is this type of study? What are we trying to do here? We are trying to study the effectiveness of hand washing with soap. If you are establishing a effectiveness, what is the type of study design? It is an experimental design. Therefore, it qualifies for a quantitative design. Okay, I just established that it is a quantitative study. Okay, next. The answer of this review tells me that hand washing with soap is effective. It is really good. Okay. Now, is it really working in the low and middle income countries? The intervention says it's a great intervention. You know, it is going to help people from preventing acute respiratory infection. But it's really working in the setting. Therefore, what is your next question? Why can't we able to practice? There is a good, book, but I'm not able to study. Why am I not able to study the book? There are some challenges and barriers that I have. I don't have time. I'm busy playing sport. There could be a lot of reasons there, right? So now I go back and search for a next question. And again, I found what type of study design is this? Systematic review and meta-analysis of all the published literature. Now I able to establish what are the challenges and barriers for performing this hand washing with soap. Now, what is this type of study? What is the study design here? This is a qualitative type of study. So you can see that one is quantitative when we want to know about effectiveness. When you want to know the challenges and barriers, it falls into the qualitative study. So what we are learning today is combination of both, which is trying to get you the answer. Most of the time in policy making, should we just make a policy that everybody should hand wash in the hospitals with soap? Yes, we can make a policy with this evidence. But I also know what are the challenges in implementing in the hospital. If I don't have a specific counter to wash, people are not going to follow. If I'm not going to keep the washing counter when they enter the hospital, nobody is going to follow. So you learn all of this by applying the qualitative studies. And then you try to combine this to arrive at a policy of making or implementing the right intervention. Got it? Okay, you can go and take a look at this. Now we enter into the second aspect of it. First thing, two choice. What are the two choices? Do a study or look for a literature. Two choice, right? Now again, we are entering into do a study right now. Okay, first choice is literature we completed. Now we are entering into performing a study. What is the right study design? Randomized control trial. Madam has said that it is an experimental design. I'm going to experiment one group with hand washing with soap, another group with follow what they want. Okay. Is it easy to find one person and then tell them you should wash your hand every day? It's not feasible to do one individual to individual. How can I perform? I can perform by recruiting a house. That is where the cluster randomized design comes into picture. Whenever we talk about public health interventions, which can be feasible to implement at a cluster level, you have to consider cluster randomized trial. Especially if you're working with children, the intervention can be administered where? Going to each of their home. Go to the school, catch hold of all of them. You can easily able to educate them. Therefore, it falls into the cluster randomized trial to do this. Okay. If you plan to do any trial, can you just start and perform a trial? Where will you register? CTRI. There is a website called Clinical Trial Registry of India where you will go and register your trial. Why are you doing that? Why we should be register a trial? The previous class, ma'am, are talking about ethical consideration. You should inform publicly that this is my study. I'm going to perform. These are the information about my study details. You should just provide it publicly available to everybody. These are certain information that goes on to CTRI. I just borrowed it from there. You can go and look at the CTRI website. Okay. Now, there are a lot of things that you do in terms of designing your study, including your trial management team and all of that. Now let's conduct a study. What is a PICO? If you are trying to ask a question about performing a effectiveness or efficacy of a drug, PICO is a format. P stands for population, I stands for intervention, C stands for comparison, the outcome. Now in this study that we are framing, I'm going to compare between hand washing with soap compared to no hand washing or regular hand washing, that whatever they do in practice. Okay. Can I recruit a group of people and say you should not hand wash? No. Why? It is unethical to say or do a study by saying that you cannot wash your hands. You can follow what you practice to do. What is the outcome that I'm interested in here? There are two outcomes that I'm interested in measuring here. How many people are reported in hospital with some acute respiratory infection, or is there any weight difference among the children that I'm going to treat with this particular intervention? Again, two choices here. When we talk about data, there are two types of data again we are trying to talk here. One is quantitative data and qualitative data. Okay. Suppose, let me ask you, how many kilometers did you travel to reach this venue? What will be your response? What will be your response? Tell me now, you all just came flying. Even if you fly, you have to estimate your 16 kilometers, 10 kilometers, 5 kilometers, 2 kilometers. So you are taking a help of a number here when you try to respond. When you use a number to reply, that falls into the quantitative measurement. How are you today? What will be your response? Fine, not well, boring, sleepy. You can say whatever you want. What is your response? It is not a number. Therefore, it falls into a qualitative data. Again, two choice, qualitative and quantitative. Again, you see there in the slide, I've divided this qualitative into two different groups again. What are they? Nominal and ordinal. Nominal is just the name. What is ordinal? What is order? There is some sort of a direction is present. Okay. How do you rate the statistics class 1 to 5? 1 being very poor, 5 being great. All smiles are coming. What is the response? Is it 5 or 1? Okay. So there is an order which tells you that I'm capturing the data which is categorizing, but it is an ordered data. Understood now what is the difference between nominal and ordinal? Similarly, if you look at the quantitative data, it is a number, right? It is a number. What are the two different types that I have given here? Discrete and continuous. What is this discrete? How many people are sitting in this side or in this row? Maybe 7, 8? Okay. Can I say 7.5? No, doesn't make sense. How can a human being be 7.5, 6.5? So discrete means it is a whole number. It cannot take a decimal place. Okay, continuous means it will be allowed to take a decimal place. What is the height of these individuals? What is the average height of these people in this row? Maybe I can say 5.2, 5.3. So therefore, when there is a decimal place, it falls into a continuous category. Okay. Again, two options. Remember from the beginning. We started off with conduct a study or review a literature. So again, qualitative and quantitative. Data is also classified as quantitative and qualitative. Even further, the qualitative divided into two categories. Remember that. Okay. Let's move forward. So I just mentioned quantitative, qualitative data just to give you a few examples. You can see gender, male, female. It is just the name. Eye color, blue, red, orange, green. Okay, that's the name, which is nominal data. If you just have something like ordered, then it becomes a ordinal. How do you rate the food in this restaurant? You can see Amazon. How many of you have used Amazon purchase? Everybody uses Amazon, right? You see the rating. You filter through rating to see this product is good or bad. Okay. So those are called ordinal data. Quantitative, I spoke about age, height, weight. All these can take decimal place. Whereas discrete, you cannot allow a decimal place number of family members. Okay, there is decimal place will not have any meaning to your response. Okay. Now, we got to do this study. What is the question that we started off with? What is the trial that we want? No hand washing or regular washing. Now I'm going to get this data from the, what is my sample size here? 10. How many of them are actually followed hand washing? Look at the data for some time. 5 individuals taken hand washing. HWWS is hand washing with soap. NHW is no hand washing. Okay, five people have got this. Look at the outcome. What are the outcome that we are measuring here? Weight and ARI, acute respiratory infection. Okay. Now, what is this type of data? Weight. Qualitative or quantitative? Quantitative. If it is quantitative, what is the type of data it is? Discrete or continuous? Continuous. Okay, you all understood what I'm speaking. Good. You are on the right track. Okay, now next outcome. What is the next outcome? ARI. Okay, is it qualitative, quantitative? Qualitative. What we are measuring? Either disease is present or absent. 1 indicates present, 0 indicates absent. Nominal or ordinal? It's a nominal, just the name. There is no order to it. Okay, got it? Right. Now, we are bringing statistics to make sense out of this information that we have got. Okay, why we bring statistics? Why can't we just bring mathematics into the picture? Mathematics can also be done, right? Why are you bringing statistics? Statistics allows you to estimate the uncertainty, which means that not everything is 100% correct in statistics. Whereas in math, 1 plus 1 equal to 3. You all learned that good. Okay. 1 plus 1 equal to 3 in mixed method, right? So you cannot change the 3. It has to be 3 means it has to be 3 for everybody. But in statistics, if I do a study here, if you are going to do a study in somewhere in another place, you may not get the same result, but your results will be close to each other. Okay. That is why statistics plays a major role in generalizing your findings. Okay. Why we do here? We are trying to understand what's going on in the data by using statistics. There are two types of statistics we are going to learn. Again, remember the two type. What is them? Descriptive and inferential statistics. Okay. The first level of analysis that you do with your data is describe them. What you see, you describe them. The second level is where you draw an inference out of this data that you collected. Understood? You don't have to return all of this. Just put the two concepts, remember, and try to write down in a flow diagram later on. Level 1 analysis. Two types of data, qualitative and quantitative. What is the qualitative data that we collected? What is the qualitative data that we collected? ARI. Quantitative data? Weight. Remember that. Now, if you look at it, again, this quantitative data divided into two. Normal and abnormal or not normal. Okay. If it is normal, then you can say that the average weight in the group which is following hand wash with soap is this much. And then the average weight in the no hand wash group is this much. We can say something out of this by summarizing using a descriptive statistics. Similarly, if it is a qualitative data, how will you describe it? Percentage or proportion. So you will basically trying to do, percentage or proportion. What is the question that we are asking is there a difference in the data? Now, I'm going to summarize this data for you in the both groups, 5 individual. Is there a difference in the mean value? Did you notice any difference in the mean value? Yes or no? Yes. Okay, that is what you are trying to ask in summarizing the data. We just did what? Just calculated the average and telling that there is a difference between people who are hand washing with soap. Those who are not practicing that, the average weight is going to be some value. There is a difference that we are observed. Now the next question is level 2 analysis, which is where inferential statistics comes into picture. For a ARI, how are you summarizing? Out of 5 people, 1 person has got ARI, and in the no unwashed group, 3 of them are got a ARI reported out of 5. Is there a difference? Seems to be a difference, right? Now the next question is, how much is the difference? That is what we are trying to ask in the level 2 analysis. So level 2, inferential statistics, again divided into 2. What are they? Estimation and hypothesis testing. And the estimation is again divided into 2. What are they? Point estimate and interval estimate or confidence interval. Okay. So you have to put the logic of dividing 2, okay, from the beginning. I'll summarize it at the end. So now you look at this. What are we trying to do technically is there a effect variation or a chance variation? What is this variation? We said, is there a difference? You all said agree, yes, yes, yes. Right? You all said there is a difference between weight. There is a difference in the ARI. You said that. Why it is happening? It is a effect variation or chance variation. What we are going to see is a effect variation. That is where point estimation and interval estimation comes into picture. Now the question that we are asking is, how much is the difference? Okay, let's look at this. How much is the difference? You are saying that 15 minus 20 or 20 minus 15, there is a 5 kg difference that I was able to see from the data. Now, which one is good? Hand washing with soap is maintaining a 20 kg of weight, whereas people who are not hand washing, they are losing weight up to 5 kg compared to them, right? That is what the data is trying to tell you. Now, if you notice, the study sample size is increased to 100, not 5. Okay? This is the 5 kg that you got is your point estimation. Make a note of it. The point estimation that we got is just through subtraction, which is 5 kg. But we also need to know this 5 kg that we got, is it true? Because we studied how many people here? Only 200. There are thousands, lakhs of people who are going to affect for this disease, right? So I'm just only taking 100 people and say, oh, you will get 5 kg difference. No, that may not be the truth. Therefore, I wanted to go for an interval estimation where I will try to capture the variation in the data. Not just by telling that 5 kg is my result. No, that is not going to be the truth. The truth is the interval estimation. So therefore, I'm going to calculate something called 95% confidence interval. What is the 95% confidence interval tells me? There is a 3 kg difference to 8 kg difference that I can see when people use hand washing with soap. Okay, not always 5 kg. Because my study result is 5 kg difference. If you go and repeat your study in your setting, you might get 4 kg or you might get 3 kg or you might get 7 kg or 8 kg. That is the results that I got from the interval estimation. So when I talk about, what are we talking about here? What variation? Effect variation. Okay, we are talking about effect variation, two types, point and interval estimation. Okay, interval values. Now, what should we conclude from this? Should we just make people to use hand wash as a policy with soap? The results that we got from our study, right? We conducted with 5 people and then 100, we got some 5 kg difference on the weight. Should we convert into a policy? Maybe yes, looks like. But this 5 kg is not a, some people will say 5 kg is not a great deal. How can you say 5 kg happened because of hand wash? How can you claim it, right? That is where the chance variation comes into picture, asking you that is it really true or not? Therefore, what people try to do is, they will try to do called hypothesis testing. That is where the chance variation comes into picture. What is this hypothesis testing tells you? Whether it is significantly different or non-significant. They are trying to tell you it is because of chance or because of the true effect that is present in the hand washing technique or with the soap. That is what it is trying to figure out with the hypothesis testing. Now, you frame a hypothesis, null and the alternative. Null indicates there is no significant difference. Alternative tells there is a significant difference, right? Now, this is how the decision table goes, but I will not go into this. If I give example, you will be deviated from what I want to say. Okay? I'll come back to this slide little later and give you some example later on. But the output that you get from this p-value is 0.05. If it is less than 0.05, then you will say that this effect that I have seen 5 kg of weight, it is because of the actual hand washing methodology that we have used. If you don't get a p-value which is less than 0.05, what happened? The 5 kg that you get could be due to chance. It cannot be attributed to the real hand washing technique. Okay, that is why we should always see a p-value to indicate whether it is due to chance or due to the real factor. That is why most of the time people run behind significant p-value, because you have to show it is not due to chance. Okay. This is the important slides to, conduct the test. Okay. How many groups that we have here in the study that we are doing? 2 groups. Is people who are doing hand wash also going to say no hand wash? No, these are 5 people independent. These are 5 people independent. Therefore, you can see here, the data that I'm capturing is a number. It is weight. Weight is a number data. Correct? Numerical data. And then if you pay attention to the third row, it tells you that 2 groups. If it is a 2 group, it is a paired group or independent group? It is an independent group because people who are hand washing are not going to present here. They are independent. Therefore, you run a independent t-test. So you would make this table to arrive at a decision what test that you should perform to calculate a p-value. Okay. Then you will say this p-value which is less than 0.05 tells me that the hand washing technique is really helping people to get good result. Okay. And you can see that basically we are asking, sometimes you cannot place very serious attention to p-value. Suppose, let's say I'm giving a p-value less than 0.05 without showing you the 5 kg difference. What will be your conclusion? Will you say that hand washing with soap is better or no hand washing is better? What will be your result? If I don't show you the p-value, the 5 kg difference, I'm only showing you the p-value. Initially, what people have done in the papers is they have completely ignored reporting the effect estimate. No point estimate, no confidence interval, no interval estimate. They're only saying that the intervention is statistically significant, p-value less than 0.05. That does not give you whether hand washing is better or no hand washing. It will not tell you which one is better. It will only tell you both are different. So therefore, now people saying that you cannot simply report p-value alone. You should also inform where the effect size and confidence interval to indicate which one is better. Okay. So if you write an article today, you cannot simply write only p-value. Okay. Which will not have any information. Okay. So coming back to the next outcome, we did what type of outcome initially? Weight. Is it good? Hand washing technique works? Yes. Second outcome is ARI. Acute respiratory infection is present or absent. What is the type of data? It is qualitative data. When you have qualitative data, how will you summarize? What is the first question? Is there a difference? How will you know is there a difference? Just put it into a table to see how many people have got infection with the hand washing with soap, no hand washing. How many people have got disease here? Out of 100 people that we have allowed to, 10 people actually got an infection. Second group, 25. Which one is better? First group looks like better, which means that there is a difference exists. How will you come to the conclusion? You come to the conclusion by calculating the percentage. 10 out of 100 is 10 percentage. 25 out of 100 is 25 percentage. Just by summarizing your data level 1, you will be able to figure out where the benefit is. Now the question is, how much is the benefit? Second question. How much is the benefit? What we done in the previous example? P-value. First question is there a difference? What is the value that we got? 20 and 15. How much is the benefit? 5. 20 minus 5. And then we talked about, is it true because of chance or not? Now same question. Is there a difference? Yes. 10 percentage, 25 percentage. How much is the difference? 15 percentage. We can say 10 percentage minus 25 percentage, 15 percentage benefit that we can get, which means that 15 people more that we can prevent by hand washing. Okay. Right. Now, this is slightly told in this qualitative type of data, they call this as called an odds ratios and risk ratios. Can you make a note of this? What we calculated now is called a risk difference. But in qualitative data, it is slightly different. It is going to talk about odds ratios and risk ratios. Okay, just take the value that we got. 10%, 25%. If you divide them together by division, then you will end up with the risk ratio. Odds ratio is 10 divided by 90. 25 divided by 75 gives you a odds ratios. Okay, these are the point estimate. Okay. These are the point estimate. So will you stop only with point estimate? What you should do, estimate. There are two types again, point and interval estimate. We also need to calculate a 95% confidence interval for this point estimate. Will you stop there? Then what you should do? You should go for a hypothesis testing to check whether it is chance or it is true effect. Okay. So you should lead the process again to check whether it is chance or to the real effect of the intervention. Can you tell me what is the risk of ARI with hand wash? 10 divided by 100, which is 10%. What is the risk of ARI with no hand wash? 25 divided by 100, 25%. So can you have your mobile? Can you do this one calculation if you have your mobile? 10 divided by 25. What is the answer? What is the answer? 0.4. Everybody get the same answer? Right. This is where mathematics is helpful. But we have to do statistics, which is where the interval estimation comes into picture, where we have to calculate this additionally with the data. So what is this risk ratio 1 equals? If it is 25 and 25, what is the answer? 25 divided by 25? 1. Okay, therefore 1 is no difference. So you can see that there is a calculator which you can download from internet, which is called CI calculator. Now you can notice that the risk ratio is 40%. It ranges from 20 to 0.20 to 0.78. If you see that, it tells you that the risk ratio confidence interval is 0.20 to 0.78 is the range. Calculate a p-value using something called chi-square test. For a qualitative data, it is a chi-square test. I go back again quickly to show you this. I go back. You can see this. Pay attention here. You can see the numerical data and categorical data. The categorical data all contains chi-square, chi-square, chi-square. You will find all of them are chi-square variation test. Okay. For a number quantitative data, different test. For a qualitative data, it's always a chi-square test that people will perform to get a p-value. Okay. I think I'm done. Can you just go back to the slides? The last slide. Yeah. Okay, just to summarize what we have learned. So starting from beginning, always a two option. What are the two options in the beginning? What are the two options from the beginning? Do a study or look for a literature. Always look for a literature and then do a study. Okay, that is the answer. Right? When you do a study, what are the two choices that we have? What are the two type of data? Qualitative and quantitative. qualitative, what are the two types? Nominal and ordinal. For quantitative, discrete and continuous. Okay. So that gives first level of analysis. What is the level 1 analysis? Statistical analysis. Two types of analysis: descriptive and inferential statistics. So descriptive statistics, again two. What are they? How do you summarize? For quantitative data, mean and standard deviation, or median, depends on normal and not normal. Okay. If it is qualitative data, just percentage or proportion. That summarizes the first descriptive statistics. Second one, inferential statistics. What are the two options? Inferential: estimation and hypothesis testing. Estimation, again two choice: point and interval estimation. Okay. Then for the hypothesis testing, only one choice, which is a p-value is your result. Okay, got it? So the sequence in which you ask your question, the first question is, make a note of it. The first question is there a difference? The first question is there a difference? So you should perform descriptive statistics. Second question is, what is the second question? What is the second question? How much is the difference? That is where inferential point estimate comes into picture. Point and interval estimate. How much is the difference? Point estimation and interval estimation comes into picture. What is the third question? Is it due to chance? That is where p-value comes into picture, which is hypothesis testing. Okay. So three level of analysis that we do: level 1 descriptive, level 2 it's inferential, which further divided into point estimate and p-value concept. Okay. So I'll just stop here. Thank you. I hope you have learned something. Okay. Thank you very much. Over to you, sir.
Thank you so much, Dr. Richard, for the crisp and energetic explanation, especially just to give a gist. He emphasized the importance of using the technology initially and encouraged all of us. Thank you for that. And also described how we derive the evidence and the types of data, logic of having or selecting in both doing descriptive and inferential statistics and or different analysis. He explained beautifully. And the technicalities of hypothesis testing and how to select appropriate tests he has explained with a flow diagram, which will be very handy for all of you, all of us. Thank you for that. I just learned that there are no queries from the online participants, but we expect some questions from the offline for all of you, from all of you or any one of you. Any questions? Maybe some of you are in the stage of analysis in the study, and the expert is right here with us. So this is a chance. Any one of you? PhD scholars here? Master's students? That means they have understood everything. Then anything? Then thank you for the wonderful session. We are honored to have you all the way from Vellore. Anything? Anybody? No. Okay, thank you, Dr. Richard. We wind up the session. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Prabha, ma'am. for chairing the session. Thank you very much.
I request the chairperson, Dr. Blessy Prabha Valsrajan, to hand over the certificate to the resource person, Dr. Richard. Thank you, ma'am. I now request the moderator, Professor Shashi Kumar, to hand over the certificate to Dr. Blessy Prabha Valsraj. Thank you, sir. I request Mrs. Jyoti, Assistant Professor, Department of Medical Surgical Nursing, Yenepoya Nursing College, to hand over the certificate to the moderator, Professor Shashi Kumar.
Thank you, ma'am. I request all the esteemed guests, speakers, dear delegates, and organizers to come forward for a photo session. Delegates, kindly come forward. Delegates of paper presentation, kindly note, for the room number 2 participants, it will be in the mini theater basement. And for the room number 3 participants, it will be here on the stage. I repeat, for the room number 2 participants in the mini theater basement. And for room number 3 participants, it will be here. Delegates, please join.